Good hello.
I'm not seeing it yet.
Yes, adverts. I see. I did
Ah,
not subscribe.
TV. There we go.
Like,
Twitch.
cookies.
Like Fashnik.
Yeah,
Mhm,
yeah.
mhm. Yeah, I got that. That lives in my brain rent free as well, don't worry.
Check out the Starfinder stream from 24 seconds ago. Okay.
Okay, what? That's worrying.
Hey, this
I can
seems
see.
I can hear
like-
things.
Okay, yeah, it's the end here.
Can you hear?
Yep, it sounds.
Yay.
Well, it sounds.
Yeah, it is.
I can see and hear. Yes.
Yes. Seeing and hearing is confirmed.
Excellent.
I'm not
Speaking
there
of
yet.
confirmed, we have some pretty much positive confirmation if it was needed of Chaos Dwarfs coming for. So
Nice.
that's nice.
Pesky Chaos Dwarves.
I'm so happy that they're finally getting a renaissance. The rumor is some very, very some leaks that have hewed very close to actual events suggested that the EOS equivalent are coming within the next year or so. So it's Chaos Dwarf time, boys.
It's very nice.
I'm happy about that because they're so weird and funny.
Maybe they'll come out at the same time as they come out of Warhammer 3, because they should be in Warhammer 3, but they'll know right now.
Awesome.
Yeah, they are coming. They are
Welcome,
confirmed at
Siren.
this point. Fails have been discovered. So, hey!
Okay. So, welcome to Starfinder, the Fragments of Eternity, session 116.
Woo!
Well, yeah, ooh. I am.
Hey!
Hey.
We did it. We finally did it. We kept going.
And 116 is the magic number.
Yep.
Well done.
Yep. Yeah, that was it. If you
For
had that
those
on your
playing at
bingo
home-
cards, yeah. You win the GM slot. I'm retiring. It's the 1st of March, 2022, and other such things. I am Ryan, the GM. Here are the players.
Hello, I'm first today. Isn't that strange?
Hello, first.
That's actually strange.
Hey, first
Yeah.
today.
Or you prefer Mr. Today?
I am Alex. I'll be playing Weird, the Android Mechanic.
Good.
I'll keep the funny short because the pancake palpitations have started.
Oh,
Oh, pancake
I-
palpitations.
I haven't even finished the stack. Jesus.
maybe you shouldn't finish the stack then.
Nah, you're going to finish the stack. You're going to finish the stack.
What's the point of having them?
And hello,
Hello.
I guess. Because I am next in
You
this list of hierarchy.
Yes.
It's not really a hierarchical chain. I just made that up. Hello, I'm Nico, and I'm playing Zora, the Vice Captain.
As Siren
Yes.
predicted.
Yes.
I support this statement. Also, hello, I am Colin. I'll be playing Lyco Quint, your sneaky, spooky space cop, coast to coast.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was just really concise. I was
Yeah.
whoa.
You weren't
Caught me
expecting
off
that. I
guard.
know. Sorry.
Hello there. I am Callum, and I indeed, as per my contract, will be playing Zig, the mystical space rat from the sun. He's a rat boy. He's a sun boy. He is Zig.
Yes, Zig.
Eh. Wee, wee, wee,
There we go.
wee, 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 wee. It's with a compilation of random shit that we could put on that soundboard is impressive, to be fair.
Yeah.
Chosen one.
Other news. Windows tried to update me to Windows 11, so I uninstalled it.
Oh, nice.
I'm on Windows 11.
Nice.
I know Windows
Oh.
11.
It did
I
not
will
solve the
avoid
problem
it.
I wanted to solve.
I'm currently on Ubuntu. There we go.
Nice.
I will avoid it until confirmation of it being good.
Honestly, I'm mostly concerned that it seems like it takes away even more choice from the user.
It's likely.
Microsoft would never do that.
I hate it.
Just listen, companies. Let me customize my user interface, right? Let me decide how things look and where they are. I don't need you to advertise shit that I've installed on my computer to me. I don't. I don't. What are fucking themes? Anyway.
So when I installed it installed the Facebook app, the Instagram app, the Snapchat app. I forgot Snapchat's still a thing. The Disney Plus app. Yeah.
Apps as well.
Killing.
Whatever happened to programs?
Yeah.
Damn it!
Oh, they're in a separate folder.
Programs, that's too complicated for your little monkey brains. Here, have some apps.
I would Snapchat on my computer. I'll sit at my desktop and browse Snapchat.
Excuse me, I need to go make some Snapchats. Walks into home office.
Yes.
No one who is sitting down
I am
at a
snapping right
desktop
now.
is concerned about their fucking
Callum,
Snapchat.
my brain heard the home office as opposed to home office, so it was
Yeah,
further
the
in my
home
head.
office.
Yes.
You're sitting down,
The official home of Snapchat.
It's Patel and
Oh dear, just
I
chilling
need.
in
Oh,
the
dear.
home office.
Excuse me. I need access to the Snapchats.
Oh yeah, that's
Excuse me, sir. Have you heard of Snapchat? It is an application you can run on your computer.
we'd be really good at sponsored streams, I think, because we've mentioned
I mean-
Snapchat at least 8 times.
Oh, we're not, because I'm now going to say something that was going to tank that. If you have Snapchat on PC, you're probably a pervert.
Well, my counter to that would be you're promoting the mobile use of the app.
Oh yeah,
See?
yeah. don't
Snapchat's
be a
massively
pervert.
overvalued, and you should definitely bet against it. This is investment advice.
From our resident badger. Yeah.
That's where I get my investment advice.
Yep. You take the stock sheet from the back of the Financial Times. You throw it down a badger set,
Mhm.
right? And they'll throw back out the ones you should buy.
Yeah.
I just need to quickly Google what are badgers.
Are you
I know what-
struggling with stocks?
I know
Well,
what
we
they
have the
look
badger
like.
for you.
I just want to be sure. They're mustelids. That's
Yes.
great.
Oh,
They,
of
they
course
look
they're
it, to
mustelids.
be fair.
We had this
Yeah,
conversation about like 80 sessions ago.
If you
Did
really,
we?
if you want
Yes.
to show on it, or on the, I think it's the Discovery Channel, whatever it's called. No, Curiosity Channel on Amazon Prime has a show called a film documentary called Meeting the Mustelids.
Okay.
It covers most of the European mustelids. I think they might have some Asian mustelids. It's a very good show because it does cause confusion because the American badger I don't believe is a mustelid.
No,
I think
it's not. I'm pretty sure it's
Yeah.
not.
And that's
What's
not
it
even
called?
getting into the honey badger. Meeting the mustelids.
Meeting
They've
the
got a whole-
mustelids.
They've got a whole series of shows where it's like, here's the family name of an animal. What is another word for introducing? That starts with the same letter.
Hold on. North American badger is a mustelid.
Is it?
Yeah.
Ah,
I thought it wasn't, but it is apparently.
Okay, so it's.
I can't believe we had this conversation before.
No, we
that's-
did.
I mean,
I
The
can.
first thing that comes up,
think
and
Badger
it just
will say
says,
this.
parents need to know that Meet the Mustelids is a nature documentary about the daily habits and physiological differences between all mustelids. Hey,
Why do
why do parents need to know
that?
this?
Are your children learning about mustelids?
I'm now doubting myself because the honey badger is also a mustelid.
Yeah.
There was
Stop
something that people.
misleading your children.
I'm-
Mustelids.
This is
Hold
bothering
on.
me.
I found the most privileged of badgers.
Oh god.
I'm trying to work out what's on the bingo card and see how many you can get.
Well, we're at
There's
5
too many
now.
things on the bingo card.
I know,
so-
it refers to the Caucasus, but I just thought that was funny to me.
Yeah, fair. Oh my god.
Oh, I love the end of the sentence. It's how did the filmmakers capture that?
Oh, the Japanese badger's a handsome little fucker.
Is
So,
it any good?
so folks, what do you
Yeah,
remember
we're
from last time?
role players.
This is now a badger stream.
Yeah, you see now. Honestly, like we had this. This is just.
Badger.
I believe you. I have no recollection of this, but I believe you.
I can't say it was exactly 80 sessions ago, but I just took a ballpark figure of how likely that was.
One might say it's a
I'm not sure how
badger.
it-
Like,
I'm really not sure how I feel about the ferret badgers, if I'm honest.
Yeah, maybe we should do some research into that. Get some graphs.
Don't worry, I'm looking into it.
I figured. Yeah,
He,
Um,
yeah.
because he will.
that's-
But anyway,
Well,
what
that's
happened last time, folks?
We didn't have someone.
Yeah.
I'm nudging in the direction of Stornoway. And
Daring.
Yes, we did not have Stornoway. You're right.
Stornoway was not here. That's true.
Storm
so
out.
we had a nice chat, but we didn't manage to. I didn't manage to go to Versus because I didn't have my teleporty boy. But we did have a nice chat with Mr. White Blossom, who is terrifying.
Especially
Turns
when
out-
Nico wants to shoot him in the fucking kneecap. Like,
I tell you, mate.
or the ankle, or
Damn it.
whatever it was. Yeah.
I did not anticipate.
Shoot him on his fake kneecap. And that's not an old man joke, it's because he probably doesn't look like that.
Mm.
No,
Fake.
I'm going to go so far as to say he definitely doesn't look like that. Yeah, you did not get on with him at all.
Yeah. Yeah. Imagine that,
Criminal.
though. Imagine Zora
Criminal
not.
scum, man.
Yeah. Imagine Zora not liking somebody. Yeah.
Criminal scum. Maybe I should be the cop.
Every second
Criminal.
person Nico has ever met as Zora has went on his "I'm going to kill them one day" list.
Hmm.
Maybe I don't like the patterns as much as I think.
Yep. Well, with a couple of specific assassinations, it will become a lot nicer, right? Oh,
You could be
Yes.
like the Law and Order candidate.
and yes, Siren. Too many big lizards in one room.
Oh
dear.
yeah, and unfortunately, CC.
Mm.
Listen, he accepted the contract. I do somewhat regret allowing that to transpire now.
So you should have sold TC, by the way, Cal.
Sell him. I didn't sell CC. It's not like we can just sell him. Come
Yeah.
on.
Callum, how much do you know about last session?
Sold his services.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Okay. So, so the party arranged a meeting with Mr. White Blossom. So these are above Triaxis now. Okay.
Monsters.
We decided your narrative looks good while dealing with what happened inside Query's head.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Because that's the last thing that you were involved in, was that entire moment.
Yeah, wasn't very pleasant.
Yeah, so you've kind of been out of it a little bit, and we're happy to obviously have you being in what meetings you wanted to have been in since then, but we're above Triaxis. They arranged a meeting, instead of landing on Triaxis or like taking a shuttle down or whatever, they asked if they could meet in the station that's under construction, like the new station that's orbiting.
Oh, right, okay.
So he's had a cool meeting on the the under construction station. White Blossom was there with some mooks, and then there was some chat. I think you either waited on the shuttle or you waited on the not the shuttle, sorry, the ship, the final hour, which had docked fully with the station. But yeah, it ended with them exchanging some much needed information between each other regarding primarily Babak, to be honest. And then I'll let them catch
More
up in a wee
about
second.
what he's up to.
And in trade for that information, CC was contracted out to White Blossom.
He is actually working a job, to
Yeah.
be clear.
Yeah,
We haven't just like put him in a pot or something.
yeah. So CC has now been handed over to White Blossom contractually for some work, because CC is good at what he does. And obviously, with CC's antics on tracks as previously with Lyco, there's maybe reasons that White Blossom might have use of somebody like that. So yeah.
Also, I think it's like a case of sometimes you'd rather just have them inside the tent pissing out, if you know what I mean.
Yep. And is he being paid for this job, or is it slave labour? I mean, that was all between the contracts, between CC and White Blossom. He is getting a mech out of the deal, I believe. So, yeah.
Yeah, that was
Ooh.
agreed. So.
Yeah,
He'll be chuffed with that.
that's pretty
Yeah,
much
I
the
mean,
way.
listen,
Nico's reaction, like, fuck, if the word mech's there, he's gone. Like,
I mean,
Yeah.
look, the man has a very specific set of interests. And those interests are making mechs larger.
yeah. Making mechs and having like a fucking communication network. Yeah. That's pretty much it. It's pretty good. And this new flower that he was given by the Madvin. His little potted plant that he carries with him now. So yeah, that's what you missed. And just want to catch Callum up on what information you did get regarding everything else that isn't CC related. Do you remember?
I mean,
Remember?
I can give you a little primer.
Prime.
So, I'm gonna forget the name of the ship though.
The line in the sand?
No, the Adari. There we go.
Oh yeah, the Adari. Yep.
So yeah, shipments being made seemingly from the Adari to some coordinates which we recognised in the diaspora, and according to Mr. White Blossom, some salvaged materials from one of their ships confirmed that it was Kasathan cloaking technology, I think is the way it was put.
Yep, Kasathan clothing
Um,
tech.
Which would be, complete cloaking tech.
Yeah, so it's
essentially,
hybrid
right?
cloaking
Like,
tech, yeah.
yeah. Protection against magical and non-magical sort of observation. The sort of thing that you might use to camouflage a fleet. And so as we had that conversation, it got to a point later on where I decided, like, if he has built this station as a weapon against, whether it be the Vesk necessarily, but against a fleet, then if you were the guy in system building a super fleet, wouldn't you interpret it as a targeted threat to you? Wouldn't that be the first place your mind would go? And therefore, I decided we better fucking say something to this guy. And I did. And then he indicated that perhaps that had sort of been his plan all along, that really the station that the dragons were building wasn't specifically a weapon against the Vesk fleet, but against perhaps the fleet that Babak is building in conjunction with them.
Or at least the coincidence of it all. Yes, I'm saying it again, coincidence of it all.
He
is definitely
definitely indicated that. Yeah, I think once I said that to him, he was willing to make some comments to the effect that he may have already been aware of what I was making him aware of. Essentially, like, I don't remember his exact
Yeah,
phrasing, but I definitely got the impression it was yes, I did know about this, but I didn't know if you knew about it, sort of thing.
The gist of that kind of like moment that they shared as well was, it would be a terrible shame if they attacked the station that's designed to blow up, wouldn't it? Oh no. Which means they could technically blame the bomb on the attack. Anyway.
Yeah.
Which is convenient for White Blossom. Because I don't know if you remember, not Callum, but the new station is like a massive drift engine bomb.
Ah, yes.
Designed to like obviously target the orbiting Vesk fleet. Or at least solely so we thought up until now. White Blossom seems to have like had a good plan anyway. I mean, he seems to win regardless. At great cost, mind you, to the dragons, but still maybe worth it in the end. Yeah. Anything else that happened in the session? Or is that...
Nothing is coming to mind. There's bound to be something else that we talked about.
Yeah, like for the most part, that's all the main points that I remember, at least. Anybody else got anything else?
Yeah. Spell I can remember as well.
Yeah, I think that's we'd obviously worked out travel times for a bit as well. We worked out our journey. You guys headed back to the ship, Sans CC. That's pretty much it I've got in my notes, to be honest. So yeah, I think we're good to make a start then. So I guess we get back on board the Fine Lover. White Blossom had also killed the people, his staff on the station that had heard or were
Oh,
at
yeah.
least proximate to this meeting. And the people that had escorted them from their ship to the meeting room and such, they were killed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oof.
It did make
Oof.
me. It did give me some pause as far as how well he's going to treat his employers, employees in future. But that's something we can worry about in a few years' time when the job's done.
Yeah.
That sounds like someone else's problem.
Yeah.
That sounds like the sequel's problem.
Yeah. So, I think we get back on board the final hour, as I said. Do you hang around the station, or are you like uncoupling and de-docking and scooting away? Because don't you have other business above tracks?
We have our own business
We need to go.
contracts.
We need to go to MO. We need to do the MO thing,
Okay.
right?
If I don't want to.
I mean, I don't want to either. I've not wanted to from the get go, but this is life.
Agreed. I
It's the most affirmation we've heard from the captain ever.
Yeah. Okay, Dad.
I was thinking also that this might be an opportune moment before the time ticks away and we have no choice but to deal with the invitation I received in the diaspora, that it might be an opportune moment to go and pay a visit to one. Well, I don't know if she's awake, so one Dr.
Helen.
Whitesnake.
That doesn't matter. Wake her up.
Quiet Riot, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Get roll. So I would suggest that to Zeg, if he were sort of moving amongst the crew as normal again.
Oh, yeah.
Moving against the crew.
I think
as
he's probably
normal.
had enough time to
Moving against the
reset.
crew, moving with the crew.
Well, if we can sort of address that first, because I think it is worth talking to him over what happened with with Query as well.
Yeah. Also, Nico, I think whatever is happening to your mic, it's tapping. I think bouncing, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, there was something coming through there. It was weird.
I'll see if I fix it. I'm not sure.
We'll find out. Don't worry.
Hey, finding out. Well, if we start with that, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. So, where do you want to have that conversation? Where do we find Zig?
Canteen.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to. It doesn't matter what I had to do.
That's fine. Yep.
Right. Well, I don't know if who else would be sort of there. I don't.
I think these are all maybe these are all heading past the canteen to like go your separate ways anyway. So it can be everybody if need be until people choose to not stay or hang around.
Sure. Well, I will. In a classic. Hey, kids.
Oh, Lyco.
How are you? Yeah. How are you? How are you doing?
Okay. Yeah. Fine. Good.
So he's queries. He's gone.
Yeah. He's not there. Not anymore.
He's there in body, at least.
There's that. Don't know how useful that is to anybody. There's nothing inside.
How useful it is, or as far as I'm concerned, if we hand over anything, we've upheld our end of the bargain.
Yeah.
I hope that maybe you could help him, but it might have been. I'm sorry it came to that, but we needed to We needed to know.
Me too.
He
But
did.
he had already resigned.
He did give me the impression first time when the rest of us looked that he that he'd given up.
Mm.
Maybe what went down wasn't inevitable. Maybe it could have been fought and he just didn't want to fight it. Or maybe that's me making excuses. Whatever the case, I'm sorry. Sorry that ended up like that.
Yeah. It's okay.
I we'll bring you up to date on the meeting, but the gist of it is, it looks like the Kasathans are providing their cloaking technology for this fleet that Babak is constructing. I don't know what that means exactly, but it's concerning. It's
Mm.
looking more and more like maybe there's something at play here that isn't just not personal ambition or some sort of ideological agenda. I don't know if we can fully trust the Kasathans. And we know so little of what they're up to.
I think Zig would kind of half laugh, and just say, "Well, if I've learned anything from you, well, I can't really trust anyone."
Well, yeah. No, that's not unfair. Um, but to some degree, I think you can trust some people enough. If you see what I mean. But look,
Yeah.
it's all right with you, and if it's all right with the captain, I wanted to ask you a favor before we on with anything else.
Oh,
I'd like to get back to Verces.
okay.
Um,
Okay.
I have some concerns about. Well, we discussed why I was a little bit worried about the situation with Babak, but if she did know anything, she could be in danger. If he isn't, if her concerns are justified, then I think we have to look at the very real possibility that her situation is because she knew something she wasn't supposed to know. In which case, I would very much like to. Well, at the very least, I would very much like to check up on her and possibly see if we can arrange to move secret. I
Okay.
I know that I'm saying this now once again as a member of the stewards, but I'm more saying this as me. Stewards are a pretty hierarchical organization. Babak is the most prominent commander, so in effect, he's in charge, and his orders they'll be followed, pretty much without question. So I don't know that I want her there, and I might have an idea. If it comes to this, I might have an idea how to get her out without too much detection, or at least without immediate detection. I can probably buy us some time. It's maybe not an idea that anyone's gonna like, but
Well,
so I told you about Thanida's whole brainwave thing.
mhm. Yes.
My thinking was that if we get Jackass out of there, this is gonna sound terrible, but a lot of different species, they don't necessarily find it all that easy to differentiate between drow. A little bit of makeup, put her in a, animation in a suspended animation in a bed, strap her into some machines. They're all gonna pretty much just look at her and go, was she that tall before? Maybe, at worst. The only thing that would catch us out would be psychic intrusion. But if she can have multiple brain patterns within her head simultaneously, and if Thanaida really is, if her condition is terminal, well, maybe there are some things that could be done to buy her some time. Maybe it wouldn't be the worst idea to have her essentially on life support. She might not want to spend her remaining days in that manner, so I can see her arguing, but I think we can fake. I think we can fake Shakos's mind within Thanaida's. And I think in doing so, we can maybe get Shakos away from the HQ and perhaps even buy some time for Thanaida. This is, I realize, not. This is a pretty crazy idea that requires a dying woman to be willing to give up some of the few days she has left and assumes that we can easily move Shakos out of the Steward HQ without detection, and that we're not being observed more heavily than we realized. And it also kind of assumes that Shakos knows something that puts her in danger. But until she's awake and I can actually speak to her and find out, I have to assume she is. So, cards in the table. I want to get her out of there, and that's the only idea I have for how we can do it without being immediately noticed.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's
Let Zig
Yeah,
ruminate over that.
Plan, right?
you couldn't
Listen,
have.
it is established in canon that people are pretty drow racist, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right? They're not going to look for too long at someone who's like half covered up by machinery and bedclothes.
Mm-hmm.
Psychics come in to check up. If they get the same brainwave and nothing else,
Mm-hmm.
that's my thinking. That is
Yeah, no,
that
it
is. I
checks out
know.
with me, yeah.
Lyko doesn't know that she's awake,
Mhm.
so he might go
Yeah.
there and find out that Shakos doesn't actually know anything, or that everything she knows would support Babak being in the straight and narrow, and there's no point trying to get her out of there.
Mm.
But this is
Yeah,
sort
until
of his
you know, you
paranoid
know.
side.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Makes sense. No, I just mean it's a lot to be like. So it's like I know you're that person we kind of sent you to try and rescue psychically just kind of died on you there, but
Yeah, I
wanna
did
go and
kind of
do
like I do the prerequisite asking, and then I'm just gonna dump this insane bullshit on you. Deal with this, please.
I mean, that's
It's
a
like-
real
Zig's like 13
shot.
in this hockey, right? Like no, right? I think. Yeah.
And I mean, it's also going to be a hard sell for Thanaida.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I suspect you have better ideas of how to spend her time.
I mean, Lyko, you should know that she'll be on Avalon right now.
Oh yeah, she did tell me that.
Yeah.
Oh god. I'm not gonna have to go to Avalon.
I mean, you don't need to go to Avalon. It is
Okay.
a silly place after all.
Lyko does not like his home world, so we're clear.
considering we've had an android and someone who says they were born in Abalon and grew up there, we've avoided it quite well in this game.
Yes, very surprising.
It is a silly place, so close to the sun.
Listen.
Oh, look, you
too
might as
bloody
well just
hot.
go to the sun. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
We've been there
you know,
loads.
popular tourist destination, the sun. Yeah.
Is Zora and or Weird, like, in earshot of this conversation? Are you using the canteen as well, grabbing some form of refreshments?
Yes.
Any thoughts on
Yes.
Michael's plan then?
I think you. I guess I'll put this into words. I mean, I hope you'll wear your armour when you're explaining this to Farida.
Fair.
I know it's not necessarily what you'd call a good idea.
Are you Weird? Are you nearby?
Yeah. Taking that inventory of these remaining yogurts.
I think you'd picked up some, right? So you've got should have a full
Yeah.
stock of them, yeah? Or yogurt topped up.
Make sure they're organised.
Yep.
I think just Weird turns to the captain and just says, I think Finida can be quite reasonable. You would hear out this request.
I'm sure.
Plays montage
She might
of every
even
time
have a
she's
better
been
idea.
reasonable. Yep.
I mean, genuinely, I hope she does because I know how that idea sounded.
yeah.
And Lyko, she knows what she's obviously up against, right?
Yeah, she just hasn't
yeah,
been explicit about it with
even
us. Yeah,
she left
with
her
me,
medical
especially.
records open for you, so she didn't have to tell you. You know that, right? You could tell that from
Yeah.
and the way you said goodbye, she pretty much confirmed that retroactively, like when you were.
Yeah,
you
looking back on it, sort of.
You can say, that's why she was so finalistic almost about it, being like, give me a phone when it's all falling apart, or when everything's going to shit, or whatever it was her last words were to you, basically saying, I'll be there for the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It did have a let's meet up for the season finale,
Yep.
for one last run.
Yep, because what else has she got to lose at that point when you then learned that she was terminal? So yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Weird. Anything else you wanted to say to the captain? Sorry, did we cut you off there? I don't know if we did.
Oh no, I was just saying that she's a wholly reasonable person, basically.
Yeah.
With
So
no.
long as you keep her away from any radiation.
Yes, radiation makes her unreasonable. Well, I mean, if you think it's the best course of action, then I guess there's no harm in asking.
I want to be very clear, Captain. I don't think it's the best course of action. I just think it's the only idea I have right now that'll work.
Plus, if she takes it badly, then we can put you in the life support.
I don't think I would be easily confused with
Just makeup.
I am quite good at makeup.
Well, how about we? Well, in fact, you're going to versus right now to do everything.
If Zig's feeling up to it, I'd like to get this. I'd like to visit ASAP at the very least.
Well, why
that's
don't you do
right.
your visit now and we still try and find out where we are with our back and we decide how subtle we need to be. I mean, because at the end of the day, man, it might just end up like this is our character. It might end up just like going all out hostile on us, and we don't really need to sneak about, right? We could just fucking do whatever the fuck we need to do to get like
Get in,
There's
get
no-
out, call it a day.
Mhm.
we might as well just take fucking Chakos if that's the case.
If
Like,
I mean, there's no reason not to say that in character. It makes perfect sense, to be honest.
right, well, I guess all of that would be said in character then, basically.
Um, Okay. Well, we speak to Helen, we see if we can work with her. If not, we work around her. If the night I won't go for the idea, and I don't find anything to suggest it's unnecessary, then my next best option would just be take her and hope Len doesn't immediately grasp me in.
I can't
But I don't
remember
see
as
that.
well. Did Zig ever come to a conclusion of helping at Finida, or was that still in the works? Or
I'd need to speak to her.
okay. So I guess that would also mention, and we also need to wait for Zig to see if there's actually anything that can be done before we.
It wouldn't hurt to speak to her regardless. Yeah, it's
I would not.
okay. There's no time like the present.
So can I pause you all there and say, are you doing anything about the fact that you have an MO awaiting a delivery?
We do need to do the MO delivery as well.
That's all. I just wanted to check in with that as well because you are literally above Triaxis.
I mean,
Doesn't need everybody, remember? It doesn't need everybody.
yeah, the handover should go pretty smoothly unless she takes exception to the fact that he's not there in spirit. But she wasn't specific. He didn't seem to care. I very much got a wanted dead or alive impression from her.
Probably the user would know this, like, internally as well. It might go smoother if the person who knows why he is no longer there is there. So Zig might be best to explain what happened. If she asks.
Was wanted dead or alive a binary option or a spectrum?
Well,
For most people, it's fairly binary.
For you
if
lot.
the crew, like, if the crew
On the dead or alive, I can see.
jump between party members. That's not.
Mhm.
He can't be in two places at once, but he can be in two places in very quick succession. So
Depends how long you think
I
certain
guess
things
that's
are going
not a
to take.
huge issue.
I mean, Zig, what do you think is going to take longer? The handover with MO or the LICO mission?
The Lyco mission will take longer for sure, unless MO thing shows up with some
I like this.
unforeseen.
Siren's exact comment is maybe perfect there.
Yeah, that's true. Actually,
Listen, it'll be fine. There's no one there to mind controllers to force us to fight. It'll be
Yeah.
fine.
Hmm.
Right?
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But we really should do a handover. Get it out my hair. Get it done with. We're here.
on paper, the handover should go fine.
And
Yeah.
you wanna keep me around for that?
I mean, that's your deal.
I respect that, Captain. I suppose we'll all go down for it.
Yeah, and then I suppose we can jump to wherever we need to go.
You can take me direct to Helene.
Depends.
I think you can get to Versus.
I can get to Versus. I can get to any planet.
Yeah.
I can't just like jump onto ships or anything like that.
If you can get me to
You need to
I
re-up
can
the
always get in
psychic
the front door.
link.
Oh yeah, we need.
We need to re-psychic up, yeah.
Aye.
Oh, we should do that. That's damn. Sindale's not going to be in the link anymore.
The link isn't active there.
Sindael's always optionally in the link. Because he's Sindael.
Sure.
Now just keep in mind though, Colin, like the link isn't on just now, so Cindy isn't
I
part
know,
of it
I know,
anymore.
I
Yeah.
know.
Nobody's
but
in the
we're
link,
just
yeah.
Yeah.
reading it explicitly without him
Yeah.
more is what I was thinking.
It can be redone again, right? If you meet him. So
I guess he can just sort of appear anytime anyway. So okay,
It's not like it really conversed with he's in the link anyway much.
it's actually sometimes more trouble than anything, but sometimes, not always. Should we all do the thing? What do we need to do again?
Zig just puts his hands out.
Oh, right.
We'll hold
So
hands.
so you only want the four of you in the link?
I think so.
Who else would we include?
I think there's like one really other person on board that could be in the link technically.
No, 100% not.
Okay, so not Demadvin then.
Do not trust the vests.
Okay.
Sorry.
What about Ivan? And then we've got like a jump point onto the ship.
You can fucking synthwave.
I'm not
Is-
touching Ivan.
Yeah.
Does he have a mind?
Hold on. I don't know if they need to have.
I was gonna say.
Oh wait, he does have enough intelligence, doesn't he?
I'm sure we had this question before. You tell me what level of intelligence he needs, and I'll go find out what level he has.
I think if it's like even remotely sentient, I think it works. Like it doesn't matter about like language or whatever.
Man, I have so many abilities.
Mm-hmm. That's
This is
Mystic
such-
Life.
Oh wait, but when we were attached to CC, we could understand him.
No, he did. He actually. You were never linked with CC. It was.
Right. When was it we got
Zig
understand?
translated him with a spell,
Oh, okay.
and then promised never to do it ever
they must
again.
have an intelligence score of 3 or higher.
Score, not mod, right?
Score, yeah, modifier of -4 or higher. It gives you both.
I think these are the scores. Let me just double check into a different character sheet. 2 seconds to work this out, because they look like they should be mods. Are they, or are they scores? Yeah, they might be scores, in which case that's not going to happen. Because I think I thought they were mods before,
Ah, okay.
but I'm not 100% right now. Yeah. Those might be scores. 2 seconds, I'll check the book. Please continue.
Well,
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
where were we?
I'm discussing who was in the link, gonna make the link. I'm gonna assume you'll make the link with all the people that you have access to, which is everybody on the ship anyway.
Except for the mad.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you don't
Yeah.
need to tell me the exact people right now. We can just assume who you wanted in that's on the ship can be in.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
Yeah.
that's
I've updated that. There's a wee note thing in the journal there.
there's all my Starfinder stuff. I actually just could not for the life of me
I've
see
also
it on
put
my
Cindy
shelf.
with a question mark.
Yeah. Okay. So we need Alien Archive.
Oh, I did not mean to cast Detect Magic. Don't know when I
Well,
did that.
too late.
Too late to
It's too late.
Oh,
What was that? One Republic or something?
I don't know if it was One Republic, but I don't know if it was.
If
Sure.
it wasn't literally One Republic, then I think like on a deeper level, it was.
I'm also not going to admit that I went to the I section of the Alien Archive for Ivan, as opposed to the Assembly Ooze section. Yep,
Okay,
don't worry
Yeah,
about that,
that's-
guys.
that's fine. I just assumed he was straight from the book.
Yeah, just Ivan, the Assembly Ooze. Yeah, maybe they are mods then. No, they must be mods. So he's got an int mod. Well, it does say int, and it's just got a line through it. So it's not even a mod. He's got Wisdom 0, Charisma 0, which implies like
That's a lie.
a score of like 10, right? But
Is
Int
it under
has,
the poison rules?
but Int just has a line, and yes, 100% under the poison rules. Ivan lives there. He wrote them. +4 con though, 1 dex, 2 strength. So yeah, understands common but can't speak any language. Yeah, that's a lie. He speaks synthwave. CC found that out. So yeah, he has an int score of dash. So I don't think he can be part of the link, I'm afraid.
Okay. So,
Shame.
no, that's a no to Ivan.
Yeah.
Okay, no, Ivan. So yeah,
It's because obviously
a creature that literally doesn't have a brain can't join.
Yeah.
Brain link.
Is Finn Alice sentient enough?
Probably not. Probably not. Finalis is the equivalent of like a VI, really. So
Was it? But Alice could join, right?
Alice could join, but Alice had a body by that point when she was in the link.
At what
Yeah.
stage was it the body that's the issue here?
Can you mind link with a computer terminal?
Remember
Which
that
stage of Alice's evolution?
Alice went through the weird Zig-induced death coma that metamorphosed her into an android from an armoured power suit with an AI mind inside. So she went past that step. Finn Alice has not even got close to that step. So you just need to do that bit. Good luck.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
Mind meld with the ship.
I am the ship. Thanks, River.
That's what happened the
Yep.
last time.
Yeah.
Am I a lion? I never thought of myself that way. It's so good. But anyway, so Ivan, no, and the link, I'm afraid. Poor Ivan.
Oh, poor Ivan. So yeah, just us four then, I guess. That is.
Always recast it if you meet somebody new.
That's it.
Yep.
Okay.
No one else could be trusted.
Nobody else must know. Okay, so you're going to do mind meld and link everybody up. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, everybody puts their hands in. You shout, "Go team!" and then the magic happens.
Go,
Go ninja, go.
Da-na-na-na-na.
So, right, you've got your links. Now what?
Mission start.
Testing.
Testing.
Oh,
Over.
Jesus. That doesn't make sense in context.
Oh,
Oh,
you know it's over.
insert
Oh god.
in continuity deity here.
Yeah. No, please.
Oh, Abadar. That just sounds more like mild comedic disappointment. Oh, Abadar.
Poor
Abadar.
He's a bank.
Oh dear.
I don't know why that tickled me so.
It's because of the mania of 116 sessions.
Ah.
Mine link set original 4. I'll just put in my notes for now. Okay.
You've got that song stuck in my head.
Stick with us. Like Zora
Sorry,
gets his
Cap.
favourite bandana on around his eyes.
Captain Dora's favourite bandana.
So I love the Turtles, man.
Yep.
It's the best elfin movie.
So, you head to the shuttle. Someone fetches, and I guess boxes up.
Oh
Query?
god. Yeah. I'll do it.
Remember,
I
there
feel
was
like-
that 3 days of travel time he's had to get to Draxus, so you have had time. But yous could
Okay,
have
so
built something.
I think in that case we would have done it rather than just left. Well, no, like if he's not actually physically dead, we'd have him in like some sort of medical bay for the now, right? Surely.
Well, you've got him in the med bay at the moment, right?
Yeah, we wouldn't just leave him in a box. So, like we'll put
But that's
him in the
why I
box
said you had
last
3
moment.
days
Yeah.
to build him something that you could transport him in, though, like life support, etc. Right? That's what I'm talking about. He's
Okay,
had 3 days
fair
to
enough.
build that.
Fair enough.
Like a wee portable life support.
Life
tube
support
with
bin, yeah.
Mhm. That, or you could just leave your You've got 2 of the portally things open, right? Like the inventories, right? Weird. You got 2 working, I think.
Yeah.
So you could easily have one in the med bay waiting to shove him through, and then have one on your person, right? You can transport that way. It's up to you.
I could shove the whole unit in, can't I?
I mean, you maybe want to stretch him from one life support to the next through that, maybe quickly, rather than just try and rip out the med bay.
Fine.
I mean, it's up to you. You can tell me what you want to have done for those 3 days of transport. Transit. What preps did you put in place to make sure you could hand him over? Because he is currently on life support with no brainwaves.
Yeah, we're just trying not to think about that.
Yeah.
So unless it's out, he's gonna do nothing.
Okay.
Sorry again.
It's okay.
That's okay.
Did you ask for Weird to do something though? In which case Weird might then do something for transport reasons. Because you don't need to hand them over.
Yeah.
It's obviously going to be like about an hour or whatever minimum on the shuttle down. So it's not like you can just like quickly chuck him in the shuttle, fly down, hand him over, and hope he's okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know if it would have occurred to.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. Yeah.
I don't know if it would occur to me to say, I
mean, I think it could have occurred to Lyko based on the fact that you're looking to do the old switcheroo with life support as well. Right?
Yeah, I suppose it would be in my. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. And also just from the perspective of this is an entire person in a box that will carry a person. So heavy.
Mm-hmm.
I'd probably like heavy and technology would immediately mean we should get some assistance from Weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's pretty justifiable.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. So if I'll take point and I'll approach him. We should we should get him on the shuttle. At least as alive as he is currently.
I don't think the shuttle has a med bay.
We have facilities we can use for transporting him, though, right?
If we had the ambulance.
Can we construct something with what we've got?
You mean remove the life support from the med bay?
I mean, even temporarily. Or, just strip enough parts? I guess that's probably not how life support systems work. Could we?
Weird probably is.
Be...
So for Weird's knowledge, well, you probably are like technically proficient enough to like strip it down, make a makeshift life support like a coffin essentially, and then give it a good go to put it back in working order on the ship. It's not exactly that out with your wheelhouse. It's just it might, if it goes badly, it might go really badly, but that's like a 10% chance it'll go badly. It's not bad.
Yes.
Well, it's 10% bad.
Yeah.
I'd be more comfortable with a medical professional overseeing that move.
He's no one, at least. And maybe two.
Aside from Helene, who are we thinking of?
That's
Keklik?
Yeah. He is a medical professional. Yeah.
Is it a great idea to hop over a planet before we do this?
I mean, Nazma Keklik will be with Zenaida.
Ah. On the other hand, that does mean he is still quite some distance away.
Yeah, so that's Abalon.
Can Zig not teleport him?
I mean,
Good.
yes.
But-
Kind of.
Turned into a snake.
Yeah. So explain kind
Ah.
of for me there, Callum.
Okay, so I can teleport to planets once a day. Or I can teleport to between the crew and anyone I touch teleport with me. Well, I mean, as many spell slots as I have, I guess. So yes,
But can you
I
get
could.
to?
It's getting to him.
I was going to say, so I don't think you have anything that lets you get to him, because you've never
No.
been to Abalon, as far as I'm aware.
I think I can still go to Abalon.
Right, okay.
But hold on, let me just read that.
Wait,
Doors?
but that's it.
But I think there's.
Oh, you meant actually just teleporting Query down.
Yeah, if we just leave Zig here, and then we go down, and then he can take.
Right,
Query
and
to
teleport him over.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that works. Yeah, I can do that.
That's. I mean,
That's
you
not a bad
probably
idea.
have something that you can get pretty quickly. If she even wants him alive.
Mm.
I mean, if that's optional, I can put him in my null space chamber.
No, I like the plan you just came up with. Let's go with that one.
Yeah. It's a good idea. It saves dismantling the med bay.
Yeah, that's. Okay.
Okay.
I guess we're going down. Except for you.
Yep, I'll hang back. I'll have some cam juice.
And once we've done this, you come down with that, then we can go to Verses. That all sound suitable?
Yep, just let me know.
Okay then.
Okay. Captain? Where's the captain? Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I just did that because I wasn't sure if you were in the room or not.
Yeah, I was here. I think I was here.
Yeah,
I don't
sure.
know. Well, I was here. I've decided.
Yeah, sorry. I thought you'd left. I think I think that's a pretty good plan. Weird suggested there. I think we can.
It's better no plan.
Should we contact her to let her know we're coming?
It's probably for the best in case she moves.
In case she moves.
I mean, you don't know. She might leave the area. Might go to a different place. We'd be like, "Where is she?" We'd be like, "Oh,
Not here.
it's not here."
Somewhere else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just didn't
Exactly.
expect it to be freezed in case she
Yeah.
moves.
I mean, I guess. Yeah. I mean,
We're going to
He's
show up all
looking-
these boxes. Like, where is she?
Yeah.
Oh, she moved.
Yeah.
He's investing in real estate in
Yeah.
Akaton, Okay, yeah, let's
Yeah, Siren, in case you catch her unawares in squid form. Yep.
yeah, I mean listen, we've dealt with weirder shit.
That's fair.
true. That's very
Um,
We've
true.
got stranger people unawares.
Yep.
I'll I think I had a contact address for her. I did, didn't I? Because she sent me an email previously.
Yeah, you've got like an email trail with her, yeah, combo. With her office.
I will let her know to expect us, and shortly thereafter to expect Query. No, I'm not going to be specific about that.
Okay, so what do you put in your message specifically then?
We are in orbit. We will make
landfall or whatever the fuck you'd call it.
Yeah, Planetfall.
Yeah.
We'll make Planetfall shortly, and thereafter deliver
Sounds so aggressive.
what was agreed.
Says the Vesk.
Because I'm not specifying too much. Is all.
Yeah, the paper trailing to be vague. Yeah, I get it. I'm assuming you want it to be. I'm assuming you want it to be as subtexty as,
Unincriminating.
but as subtexty for her to get exactly what you
Yeah,
want.
she'll grasp that, I think.
Okay, cool. So you can send away the message, and then I guess he's makes plans to jump in the shuttle and whatnot. Who's piloting down? If Zig's staying.
Oh, not me. No.
I know.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Idiot.
Probably end up being me.
I'll
isn't it?
fly.
Hey,
I can fly.
Oh, the captain's gonna.
I'm not going to fucking fly. I cannot fly.
Yeah, I mean, like that is sort of what you hire us for.
You're right.
What's your
Amongst other
piloting like?
things.
Weird. My piloting's okay. It's 16.
I've got 6, mate. This whole 6, man.
Weird. What you
All
sitting
10
on?
points less, mate.
2 seconds. Let it load.
In fact, technically, I can have 12 because I can add a D6 onto my pilot as well.
It's not bad when you think of the discrepancy between like Zora and like Lyko. That's not bad. What was yours,
It isn't.
Zig?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not awful. It is. I mean, but they've only like a 35 now to succeed. Like, is it not still like a?
I have a 31 to pilot.
Nice.
That's
I've got-
pretty strong.
I've got a 17.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there's not much in it.
One-upsmanship.
To be fair, when I say I've got a 16, there's probably some other bonus that I'm not thinking of that'll be top of that.
Yeah, operative
Um,
life, I suppose.
Okay. You want to flip for it?
I start pressing buttons. I'm just.
You are better suited to the chair, Lyko.
Looking at the chair. Yeah, I guess I am.
You could squat over it easy enough. It was Vesk designed
will-
after all. So
I will take the chair. And I will give you a wee piloting roll.
please do. First roll of the session.
Woohoo!
26. Not amazing.
After my detect magic.
It is. I don't believe that is actually amazing at all, from what I remember.
No,
of
it's
our,
not.
Our new difficulties. Yeah. So let me just remind myself. So I think it's what, a level and a half sometimes level.
That was a 4 roll, so my actual plus is 22.
Let's see. Where is this even?
Operatives are great.
So. No, that's reasonable. No, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
Barely.
I was kind of hoping that
yeah.
this was.
Yep. 25 was like the DC on that apparently. Whew.
Jeez.
Yeah. It's the weird thing about sliding fucking DCs. It's something I don't think I'll ever get used to. Like, I understand the
I think
concept
it's
of it.
very backwards.
It is
Do
really
you?
backwards. No, but I kind of get it. Like, I get the idea that you want to keep your players challenged, so you should
I
be
think
Oh,
getting
there
yeah,
are
I get that.
certain
Point
things
is,
that should keep scaling, but I don't think everything
I
should.
don't think
Yeah.
menial tasks should. I think like everyday
Yeah.
tasks of like flying a ship or like
Well, that's why
shuttling
you
a
just
ship
don't need
down
to
should
roll
be
for
harder
those things,
the better
right?
you get.
Yeah. That's why
Yeah.
you just don't make some people roll for certain things.
I think that's the problem, though, is that a lot of the time, if it says roll, a lot of
Mhm.
people just make you roll.
I think it would be
Yeah.
different as well. Is see if you had they wanted obviously like their tasks and their here is what a new level of challenge is for this type of player. This would be considered challenging. Anything under this, don't bother rolling. There should be like a no
Is it
roll
just so?
phrase.
Is it just so like people can't be good at everything? You know, it's like so like the
Um,
people that kind of
yeah,
start
probably
off
to
as
make
jack of all
operatives have a
trades,
purpose,
get
right?
outskilled.
Like the skill
Yeah.
monkeys need to have a job, right? So
But I mean, I understand it mechanically, but like actually, like in like a real world sense, like getting better at something shouldn't make menial tasks harder. Like,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But that does
like,
fall
it
under the purview of like making sure you don't roll for pointless
Yeah.
things, right?
Mhm.
Because you know me, like for something like this, if you'd fucked up this roll, it would just be a case of you have a moment to yourself, or you get distracted by something, and then you do it anyway, because
True.
there's very little you can fuck up here. It's different if you're trying to make a fucking stealthy exit from like a hostile ship with everybody on board, you know, while a bomb is ticking down. That was maybe, you know, a more justified piloting role. But yeah. So, with some trepidation, you depart and head down. On the way down, Finalis hails the shuttle.
Well, whoever's flying can press the button.
Captain, we've got a hail from the ship, and I will press the button.
Press the button.
Yeah, and Alice is there and she says, so that woman is on the phone. She sent coordinates. Do you want them?
Send them through.
Did
Okay.
you say that woman?
And then she makes a face over like the vid, like the holo projection. He goes, you know, it looks like this. She makes another funny face, like a serious looking face. And she goes, Emma Onarakis.
Ah. Huh.
Okay, bye. She hangs up.
Uh,
And she's submitted coordinates for like a landing pad. It's if you remember Triaxis, let me go back to that map, wherever that lives. There we go. Let me disable apparently dynamic lighting that's went on everywhere. You make one combat, you know, and everything thinks it wants dynamic lighting. There we go. So let me just fix this on the stream for people.
Wombat.
Remember, so her place was like here, way over at Tarosh.
Yeah.
But just remember that yous were then taken to Kumo through the elevator. Kumo being one of the,
Oh, right, yeah.
Ah, yes, her fancy elevator.
the Aspis building was there. So yous are directed to go there. Rather than say Zo, which is maybe where yous might have went. As a spaceport. That's where Lyko went the last time he was here.
May have been safer.
But, ha, nicely done. I caught that, don't worry. Master safer Zo.
Oy vey.
Yep. But yes. We references to old games I'm not gonna knock, you know. That's how Callum got into this gig.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kumo is where yous have been directed. It's probably fairly reminiscent, as I said, since yous all were there previously. Maybe brings up better connotations of Edgar and such. Oh, excuse me. So yeah.
Oh, Edgar came and she gave us a bomb.
Oh.
Yeah. Strange news.
Good movie.
Okay.
Right, so take you reroute yourselves there.
Yes, I assume so.
Yep.
There's the coordinates. I would swipe them out to Lyko.
Yeah.
Yep, so you plot them in, take there, and it's a more secluded landing pad. Definitely more like corporate landing. And yeah, as you say, land the shuttle and then disembark. You can see that there is like a big kind of like limo style kind of anti-grav vehicle there with somebody in a suit just holding a holographic sign that says like all your names slowly, like a ticker tape, you know.
Last time we got into a limo. Never mind.
It was an
went
Aspis
very
limo as well.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's going to happen this time.
Enter. Okay.
The person with the sign looks probably like Jason Statham. Probably that's a good fit with sunglasses. That'll do for a visual, I suppose.
Oh, the transporter boys. Let's go. They've got the best driver we can
Yep.
get to our destination.
He's there just slowly shocking his heart every so often. Yeah.
Jeff Delios.
take you approach the driver with
Yeah.
your cargo, or not with your cargo, I suppose, with the three of you, and then the guy just nods and says, "ID."
I would smile.
Pulls out just standard photo. See that guy? That guy in that photo. That's me.
Looks around for a billboard. Eventually, it's Cyclofriend. That one's me. Space celebrity Zora. Yep.
Oh god. ID. Sure. I'll just flash some comms.
Mhm.
ID.
Yep.
Fine. Gotta do it. We gotta do it.
And as soon as you do that, he goes, "You've vouched for the others."
I nod.
Good enough. He opens the limo door. Gestures for you all to get in.
Captain.
I would get in.
And then after you two get in, he pushes a couple of buttons inside, and then some of the seats pull back and away, just making room for Weird.
Oh, that's good. It's
Well,
got a bit of
nice.
tight squeeze.
And he goes, "We cater to all sorts."
Addy.
Some Weird climbs in as well, and then they're all tucked away in the limo.
Hello, all sorts.
And then door gets shut. Driver goes round. And as I said, you just get a nice smooth ride over. There's some music playing very faintly in the back of the limo. There's the occasional clink of glasses sat in a kind of ice trough as well. There's a bottle of spin amongst other things there.
Let's get rat off, boys.
I mean, help yourself, Captain. But personally, I'm gonna keep my head a little bit. Yeah.
I don't drink.
You're definitely seeing this as
I think
corporate
if he
VIP
did eat a
treatment.
bit of siren, bit of siren. No,
Yeah,
he didn't eat a bit of siren. If he did eat a bit of Ivan siren, is what I'm trying to say. He probably would have some negative effects from that.
Yeah,
I don't
Prairie,
think we
hell
need to
yeah.
bluff it.
Yeah. Yep. But yeah, so you're definitely getting the corporate VIP treatment. And after maybe a 15-minute ride through some cityscape of Kumo, you see the daunting tower of Aspis Consortium, and then you head into about halfway up the building into a kind of garage thing that opens up. And there are limo docks in there, and as I said, very similar to what you's left on Absalom Station as well.
Okay.
And it's a very fancy looking kind of reception area. Very kind of vibes of, again, VIP and red carpet treatment to this particular kind of greeting area. A lot of pomp here. Land, and then he gets out, lets you out as well, opens the tunnel. And then there's another well-dressed attendant standing there. And then they smile and say, "Please, if you could follow me." Their gender is indeterminate.
Maybe I should have put
Okay.
on my tie.
What?
Never mind.
You own it.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I heard. I pull on my tie.
No, maybe I should put on my tie.
That's what he
Okay,
said,
okay,
yeah.
that
My
makes more
tie.
sense. Because what I heard, assuming you're already wearing one,
Yeah.
and in which case, has this been something I just didn't notice about the character all this time?
He's been,
Um,
it's been the James Bond of vest.
Armor
Yeah.
with a tie.
Laika's pretty observant, so you should have picked up on that.
Have I never noticed before? Yeah. Oh dear.
Yeah, let's. I'm assuming we're following. I will.
I'm falling.
Yep, and these are led through some corridors and such. Just, again, seeing the hustle and bustle of Aspis Consortium, kind of building. Again, not a single sign of alien diversity anywhere.
Good old
Yep.
racism.
Yep. All human all the time. And yep, you get through
Curious.
a couple of doors, and
Even though she's not human. Don't get it.
Yeah.
Good though.
It's maybe it's like those companies in China that are like we have like a rotating cast of white men we hire to be our spokesman.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, you definitely
like
know
John
that.
Cena.
Like you know that Edgar and Emma definitely aren't human.
So they were
So
human presenting,
yes, what does that tell you?
human passing.
Mm,
Sorry.
okay. But that is potentially what everybody here is then, right? So yeah, you just head through into like kind of more like clinical looking areas of this. Again, the kind of day-to-day corporate gets replaced with kind of more scientific regalia, and said there, and then you're led to like an observation room looking down at a medical lab.
Okay.
And you've got Emma O there standing with her black crystal pointed feet from the knees down, just kind of like holding her arms, staring out over as I say, the medical window. And she just says, when she's all in the room, she goes, "You can leave." And then the attendant just kind of like curtly nods and leaves without really being acknowledged by Narakis. And she goes, "Such a pleasure to see you all. I had considered reaching out."
It was well, it's been a busy time for us. Where are we?
Are you asking me or are you asking her?
I'm asking her.
I don't believe that you were blindfolded on your way through the facility. You're in one
Yeah.
of my buildings on Kumo, on Triaxis.
Sure, but interesting place to do business. This is
Yes, in my company. What an odd place to meet. She smiles.
I'm just gonna walk. Like, what is she like overlooking a big observation deck? Kind of
It does
thing?
look like so. She is standing in
Okay.
like imagine like a kind of clinically sealed medical theater idea, where she's in the viewing box, if you will.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk closer then and look in.
Yeah, and
Colin thinks he knows what that is. Lyko has no idea.
yeah, and you walk forward and look down, and in there, it does seem like you're overviewing, kind of almost bird's eye viewing the kind of like hubbub of a lab that's like in mid swing of like a lot of activity. There's like at least maybe 40 staff below you, working away in maybe quarters that are maybe like not exactly designed for 40 people to be in, but there's a lot.
Can I roll a perception on what they might be working on?
You can definitely try. It's not gonna be easy, but you can definitely give it a go.
I got a 36.
Yeah, like the scientific miscellany, like you can't tell from here.
Okay.
Because
I will be direct in what Colin thinks,
Yep.
which is, oh god, is Alice down there?
there is definitely life support tanks that would link up with the description Zig gave you from before.
Well, in that case, maybe he is thinking it too then.
Yeah, like I think that's reasonable to say.
Is it raid time, boys?
And then while you're like you kind of step
given-
forward and look out the window, like Emma Oden just says, "You seem quite light on cargo."
He'll be with us presently. I'll look round to the captain. Basically just looking for a cue, or like, are we doing that now, or are we waiting to see what she says? Like, how are we playing this?
She's gonna find it. Eventually, might as well get it on done with.
Okay.
Also, thank you.
Yeah, if you brainsay that, I will brainsay.
Yeah, it's Brainsay, but Brainsay. It's in Brainsay.
Many thank
I
yous,
will-
Siren. Many thank yous.
Hey.
Big loves.
Thank you.
I had to-
Yeah, or just to
Yes.
respond with a yeah. Okay. I guess it's time, Zig. Are we?
Good to go. And then he hits his magical button in his brain.
Yep, his bounce button.
Yeah.
Spraying button.
We have like a zoom into Zig's brain where Zig is standing there and at the Zig cockpit. And
Yep.
so he basically grabs onto, holds onto to Query and just channels that energy and just jumps to, I guess, Lyko.
Okay. Yeah.
Expending a spell doubly.
I'm just sort of imagining that because I was looking back at the captain, you'll appear like between me and the captain.
Yep.
And let me mark that off.
I like that you are giving her no time to get anything ready to receive him. That's my favourite part of this.
She's a resourceful woman. She can
Yes.
figure things out.
Yeah. So yeah, you do this. She takes like a step back. You hear the clack of her like bladed feet. Obviously in response to the sudden appearance of Zig and the body of Query.
We attempted to extract some information from him. He didn't respond well.
China looks at you and says, "Did you extract any information?"
Enough to know that what we all suspected was true. His memories were of a universe close to our own, but meaningfully different. And that his relationship to this company and to others indicated that your intuition was correct. He was, I think it's fair to say, their Edgar.
She kind of smiles politely at you as if, the face of almost "I told you so," right?
You did have your job.
How novel. Is his life at risk currently? He does not seem to be.
Not doing great.
Yeah, I wouldn't leave him out here long.
Yeah. We had him.
She gives you like a look where she rolls her eyes, like clearly like fucking hell. Like that's the vibe. This fucking guy. And and then like obviously her eyes scream as per the tradition. And then,
Oh yeah.
And just puts like a hand up as if one moment, and then she like brings her comm up and she says, "Need a medical team to the observation deck of Lab 7." And then goes, "Please continue."
Captain, I would say mentally, how much are you comfortable with us sharing?
I mean, she's probably got her ways to find out herself eventually if she can do something with him. So, might as well.
My hope is we might even find her useful again in future. We
hope not.
I didn't directly observe this, but I understand that he had some encounters with his universe's equivalent of the Elibrian Urglass. Leading up to the events that caused his universe to cease to be. But if I'm not mistaken, who was it that saw it? Zig saw some of that, right?
Zig saw the end times, if that's what you
Who
mean the
saw
last
some
time.
of it first time round? Was it weird? Was it you, Ken?
Yeah, Zig wasn't in the brain place the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you two were, and you saw more of that than I did, as I recall.
I think it was weird that saw all of the out of station stuff. I think we saw the stuff that was like in the station. Like really,
that makes sense.
Weird that saw, like,
and so I would gesture sort of in the direction of those two, say they know more than I, but well, he seemed to make some sort of last ditch move, perhaps. I don't know.
I don't even have my character sheet open. Like,
evidently, it's trying to share a language with you, Callum. Okay, it's grown sentient now. Okay, so anyway,
I might just restart Roll20.
Yeah, that's fair.
A bit funny.
Yeah,
that's fair.
So
yeah, like what you say, like they two might know more.
Asking you for me to speak? Oh, Michael. Speaking what?
What?
Yeah, so the last thing that I like, I'm
But more of Weird and Zig, really, I think, here. I was gesturing to, right?
sure.
Well, you would have caught some of it as well, but not maybe as much as Weird did in the initial one. And
There wasn't really a question directed at Weird,
yeah, sorry, I was sort of
so
gesturing.
Weird is just going to leave it hanging.
Yep.
Weird, if you could expand a little on what happened with regards to the egg on the station.
The
Oh, the egg at the station was me that said that.
Oh, it was you that saw that, right?
It was me that said the egg at the station stuff.
It's Weird saw.
Weird saw the basically
The chase and
Edgar
Octron.
get chased.
Right.
Yep.
What he, I think he saw what he thinks he saw like had to do with the egg, but that was like kind of like.
Okay, well, if I would
explained
probably
away
say that because
I can't remember.
you've both seen a fair bit that'd be relevant here. Captain Weird, you saw more of what happened there than I did, and just sort of hand over the two of you. Because think about it, I don't know how much Zek has actually shared as of yet of what he saw in the final moments.
I feel like, I mean, there's probably, I imagine, some form of opportunity to have done so.
Yeah, no, there's enough time
before, because I feel like he would have.
Okay.
Like, especially, like, I imagine everyone would have been.
You have had
interested.
3 days
Yes.
worth of time to have killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like Zig would definitely have shared that. Maybe not like immediately, but after like a wee bit of contemplation.
Yeah. So yeah, after Ico says that, I guess I would. Well, I mean, in his world, he was basically in your shoes. I would like to tell to
She folds her arms.
he was basically playing your role, except on their station it was powered by. Did we even what I say about the egg for her actually?
I wouldn't be too specific.
It was powered by a different power source. I don't exactly know what kind of power source.
Oh no!
What?
Yes.
Don't honor me.
It's a roll.
Don't honor me, right? It's a terrible roll, right? Just failed.
No.
Just don't even make a roll for it, man. I can't even pass it. Right?
Hi, we need to roll. It's fine, buddy.
Right, don't even make me do
If
it,
you
man.
reword it to, I don't understand what it is.
I mean, it's all wordplay in the end of the day, right? It would be a lie regardless. Like,
Yeah.
how do I hide it? I know what the egg is. Like,
Yeah.
I could say it was just the fucking Star Store again, but then that's a lie. Like,
It's okay. I think what you're saying here, Nico, is you need to roll.
Yeah.
Regardless. Yeah. And this is what we love. When Zora has to roll bluff checks. It's fine.
Why was that made into like an honourable fucking don't like to lie vest character? Right?
I don't know. Ask the guy who made him.
Right? Why does he not like to lie, man? Like, tell me this.
I mean,
Fucking
sure,
almost-
Siren, if you want to. Why not? Why the fuck not?
Oh, that's very sweet.
Oh,
Fucking-
Siren!
Yes, man. Let's go.
Oh dear.
No, you can take the reroll. I'd take it if I were you personally.
I don't think it's actually possible.
It's okay. You got a reroll anyway, so you may as well.
You got one anyway, so
I might as well.
You
I've
might
got
as well
D6
use
to
it.
add on to it, right? But I mean, it's not possible.
Okay.
Right, bluff. Let's go. 13
Okay.
plus D6. It's still no past.
The
13
charisma
is
primary
the-
somehow.
But you might at least do a
16.
respectable job of lying. You know?
I'm a charisma primary and everything but bluff. I could intimidate. You want me to intimidate her? Oh, yeah.
No.
Alright, I'll tell you what. Right, I'll let this last one.
Diplomacy.
I'll let this last one that Alex has bought you roll, but you need to take that one if you roll it.
Oh my god.
Right. I mean, I was going to take all the fails anyway. I've failed. Oh my god!
At least it's not worse.
It's not worse.
It's not worse.
Yes.
That's
Not worse.
It's 18.
Oh,
It's
dear.
a
Oh
2
my
improvement. Net 2 improvement. Let's
So-
go, people.
So anyway, oh, this game. So you say that, obviously, our crossed arms staring at you,
glory.
raises an eyebrow. She goes, "How curious. I am sure this world held many contradictory things to our own. Of
This is a bit backwards.
And she kind of like nods at that and she goes, "Is any of it of interest to this world and its survival?" You can tell she definitely was like, "Yous are obviously holding stuff back," but she's not pushing that. She clearly is like, "Let's cut to the chase here."
To be honest, like, no, it was all similar-ish, but different enough that it was
I
kind of
think-
unhelpful.
I think there may be. So there seemed to be an inversion of the chain of events. That what began with Absalom there here and ended with Absalom there.
She looks at you kind of curiously.
The
As they were mid conversation, a medical team come in, by the way, as well. And
the being, the Elibrian, was not Ergalas.
she holds up a
It
hand
was
until the med team had moved Zig away from the body, put the body on the stretcher, hooked it up to some things, and then she then says, "Lab 13 is waiting." And then they nod and leave. And then she then looks back at you and then just gestures to continue.
it was someone well known to us in that world. It was Sindel that had the unfortunate role.
The Bone Sage.
Yes, except there, not so much a bone sage.
She looks a
There's
bit like
patterns.
interested in that and goes, "Are you saying that they did not have the same disaster?"
I'm not sure. They had. It seemed like they did have at least some sort of similar disaster, but that different people fell into different roles.
Definitely seems to have interested her, that piece of information.
Enough happened in common that I think there's. I don't know if there's enough time left or if there's enough of him left in there, but I think there is. I think there is. I think there is stuff we can learn that might be applicable to this world, but it won't be a perfect one-to-one relationship. We're not going to just look at what his world experienced and then know exactly what's in store for us.
She smiles and she goes,
But
"I am sure my scientists will make good use of the data I can collect, even from his physical form, in this world." She says that like she's already got what she's wanted, right?
Yeah.
Like she definitely seems satisfied with the fact that she has acquired him.
I have to ask you. I was curious when I looked inside his mind to. Well, there was never any guarantee you would find out anything. It would have to be within his sphere of knowledge, his memory. But I was curious what I could find out about myself, which was, do you want to know what you did in his world?
She smiles and she goes, "Will it help?"
I shrug.
Then no.
Okay.
She is dead. She failed. I endure.
Fair.
She nods. And she says, in reception, our agreement. Unless there's
I do
anything
have
else.
some questions about the delivery method of the weapon. The agreed.
She laughs. And she goes, this room is quite secure, as is most of this building. And she then laughs and she goes, if you had another month, I'm sure I could weaponize it enough to hit a city scale.
Is this going to be a very localized effect then?
She shrugs and goes, what's the average size of a town?
So you're saying that if I were to take a small sample and put it into munition?
She then says, I am unsure as to what you're speculating about, Mr. Quint. However, I'm sure a group of your resources could make good use of the volume I have provided.
Okay. That's great. It's been a pleasure doing business with you.
She smiles. I look forward to our continued business relationship.
I get a moderately uncomfortable nod.
And she does like
Captain?
she clacks one of her legs back so she turns to pivot towards the rest of the group and then just like gestures everybody out the door they came in.
Spit off then. I mean, unless we want to try and pry a bit more, but done that. I've tried.
If mentally, I'd say like, yeah, she's not really biting. Which, by the way, that's what that was. That was to see, do we have something to hold over here? And it seems like she does not give a shit. So
Yeah.
We mention Alice.
I think we know. I'm not the best to ask about that.
Do we assume she's here?
You
I
hear
think she might be
Emma
below
saying,
us.
is there anything else? As you are all standing staring at each other in the doorway.
Let's let's hold the fact that we think she's here to our chest now. No, I'll be fine, and I'll start leaving.
And you get back out and like that associate as standing there like smiling. Allow me to take you back to the limo.
Odd.
Okay.
Lead on.
And then these are taken back to the limo. When
By reception, I hope.
the reception area is that landing like as in the reception
Yeah.
of the limo, like it's the guest reception, not the main corporate reception. You get there, and there is a familiar-looking person standing with a rather large-looking crate. Most of you recognise Alice,
Okay.
if not all of you.
Okay. Sandy, don't need to organise a raid.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I'm seeing that, right?
I think Zig would kind of just run towards her. And then just like, I guess more scamper than run. And kind of just like stand like in front of her for a bit.
And like she kind of looks down and smiles and goes, "Oh, hello.
Hi. Are you okay?
I'm Alice. Are you okay?
I'm Zig.
Okay." And I think at that point the rest of yous approach. Yeah.
Hey.
Hey, and she finger guns you, like from the hip.
Good to see you.
Is it?
So far.
Good. I
we
was
should.
yeah.
Sorry.
No.
I'll let her speak.
And then no, I like the idea. It's awkward though, right? Like I like that. I
Uh-huh.
like that you've got to talk
Okay.
over each other, and then she goes, "Yeah, the folks here said yous were my crew,
Oh god.
Ah, I see.
right?"
Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. But-
Um,
You don't remember much.
remember bits. Like I'm not immediately threatened by any of you.
Well,
So
that's
something, right?
good.
Yeah.
That
She
is something.
nods like eagerly and goes, yeah. He said I went through a lot of trauma. I may get my memory back, or not.
You've not had the easiest time of it.
I'll take your word for it. Smiles.
Well, maybe in time you won't have to. I'm Lyco, in case that's.
Just nods.
I'll I'm not gonna just like how large is the weapon, the container, whatever it is.
The crate is maybe like it's like probably like the same size as Ivan, right? Like a 5 foot by 5 foot.
I'm just gonna go to it and like awkwardly like place a hand on it as if to move it, and then just not be able to because while he is pretty strong, that's very big.
Like she turns and you pushes the button that activates like the anti-grav slide thing, so it like hovers like a couple of inches off the ground.
I always forget they do this.
Well, I remembered that bit, so that's maybe is that what I did? And she kind of laughs.
I mean, you did a lot of stuff. Most of it didn't involve grav thingies.
Okay. She turns back and goes, "What one of you is the captain?" She looks between the three others. And she looks less at Zig than more like between Weird and Zora.
Yeah.
She looks directly. It's like, what are you talking about?
Well, they didn't say
The tallest
I'm
of us
Captain
all.
Zig or Captain Lyco is how she's like feeling. So yeah, is I the captain?
Zora would like wave. That would be me. I guess you
so
don't
not me then.
don't
Okay.
don't remember. Yeah, you were the
No, I remember
first of the
you.
officers.
You were like the happy one.
Ha! Yeah, that boys. That was a happy one.
She looks around and laughs nervously, like ha ha ha. I just remember you smiling a lot.
I think that's
Try to
anatomical.
please.
What was that? Sorry.
So that's anatomical.
Okay.
Tell you.
Yeah,
These are genuine smiles.
Well, you say I was the first of the officers. That sounds like I had a lot of responsibility.
You did.
Well, and she just like salutes awkwardly, like I'm happy to try again.
You'll do great.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back on board. I mean, we're not actually on board yet. We should do the. We should be on board.
I think that's what this is for, and she like gestures like the limo.
Yeah. Is this gonna fit? Can it expand further? He says towards the limo.
Towards Jason Statham, the transport, sorry.
Towards Jason Statham, yeah.
The limo is something that's big enough that you could stand up inside it. So
Okay.
yeah, it's.
I open my nose face chamber.
Ooh.
I think Alice goes ooh as well.
That's a good idea, just in case.
Do we go in there or in there? Gestures between an space chamber and the limo.
If the others can't go in here for too long, oxygen requirements.
Yeah.
Maybe the limo then. And then, like the Statham turns around and opens the door, and says, "I will deal with the cargo." And he like starts moving that behind the limo.
Thank you. I can go without oxygen longer than you'd think, or maybe not longer than you would think. I guess.
Alice just
It
smiles
depends
at
what you
Alice
think.
like smiles at you like awkwardly, like okay, like then goes in the limo.
That's just start to weird. Just for
Yeah.
future reference. I mean,
Yes, but perhaps you shouldn't say that as your first thing to a new person.
I don't get it.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, it's kind of obvious looking, right? With points at the eyes.
Well, to leave slowly, everybody just slowly walks past Lyco and just into the limo. And
You
that's
just into the limo. Yeah.
I get it, Loco. I just worry it might make social situations awkward. And then I climb into the limo.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think I'll go.
Yeah,
I
and
follow.
yeah, and he's all getting in the limo. Stephen closes the door, packs up the not bioweapon in the crate clearly, and then jumps into the limo and starts departing for the shuttle bay. And I think we'll go to break on that note. Yes. So
Dun dun dun.
unless you have other business to try access, we'll come back in the ship, right?
We need to get out of this car before it turns
yeah.
into a movie.
Yep, out of the car, then into the shuttle, then from the shuttle
Get
to the
out
ship.
of my car
So
and
Can't have it
into
on the
the
transport floor.
stars. You're
And-
welcome.
And you must have missed it before, but there is clearly a minibar in this limo. I described it previously. It even has the drink of this game called Spin.
Yeah, he did say that.
Yes,
I can
yes,
vouch for him.
he did.
He did say that.
We did, because we were going to get
Right,
wasted.
speaking
Yeah.
of the drink of this game, I'm
Man.
going for a coffee.
We'll be back in 10 minutes, folks. See you soon. BRB.
Testing,
Audio
testing,
Okay.
audio
Audio
check.
That
1,
audio.
2.
Well, I think we're
This-
back.
Is the audio? Well, my thing hasn't updated. Oh, it has.
Remember back in the day when I
Yeah.
had to do all the local recordings and we did the audio tests? Man, those were
They were
fun.
great.
Yeah.
When this game ends, you need to release them to the world.
I know. I need to just do a wee compilation of all our audio tests. Yeah. I wish I had all the pre-game recorded as well, though. That stuff for that's the blackmail folder, though. I think. Also, thank you, Siren.
Hey.
So,
Oh, thanks.
welcome back to Starfinder: The Fragments of
Oops,
Eternity, session 116, part 2. I'm Ryan, the GM. It's the 1st of March, 2022. Here are the players.
Yeah, badges.
Badges.
Sorry, I got myself excited and forgot to do an intro.
Any badgers
I'm-
in the chat?
Yeah.
I'm Alex. I'll be playing Weird, the Android Mechanic, and I've spent too much time this evening actually looking on the UK government page on badger licenses.
Nice.
Now, how does one go
Oh,
about
What,
getting a
what,
badge?
what specific license? What would you?
You
I
need,
want to know.
I think we all want to know that.
you need a license if you wish to interfere with badgers
Interfere.
I'd
in
prefer
various
not.
ways.
Okay.
So
I
that,
have my badger interfering license.
So
Yes.
you want to
And
be a
you-
badger botherer, then?
you need to, but you need to make sure you've got the correct badger bothering
Badger,
license.
badger.
a badger,
trying to do?
badger.
Yes. If you want a
No, that
badger
was
badge-
so on the nose, Nico. I couldn't even see it. That was like
Yeah.
a badgerer. A badger badgering. Yes.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
So,
This is my badgering badge.
and it's a separate license to pester a badger than it is to fuck up their home. If you're wondering,
Okay.
So do you need a
Um,
warrant to affect their warren? Is that how that
Yeah.
works? Yeah.
if only, but they live in sets.
I know. I was trying my
Ah.
best. Okay.
No, I thought that was good though.
Yeah, I thought
It was
okay.
good.
Yeah.
It's a nice attempt, but no. But yeah, you need a license to mess with the set, and you also need a license if you wish to kill, capture, generally have prod at a badger for survey or research purposes.
Are you allowed to have a
Um,
badger as a pet legally?
Badger.
I don't know how you would go around acquiring one without a license.
Right.
Fuck, I want to pet any
Um,
dog, man.
Yeah.
So, but you need to submit a project plan about what your plan is. I already made that comment in the Discord.
Oh, I didn't even see it.
Yeah. You got a license for that badger.
No, you did.
I really want to be a badger cop now. The only proper cops. But yeah, no. So that's my intro.
Okay. Sure.
Wait a sec. No, I'm working on my project plan to the government to get them to let me have a badger bothering license.
Okay.
But it looks like they want you to be connected to some sort of academic institution. Or
I mean,
You've been I associated with academic institutions in the past. I'm sure that'll be fine.
isn't Olca
yeah,
an academic institution?
I'm not sure they would give a license to redacted
Yep.
school
Right.
to
yes.
go poking badgers.
I mean, out of the options available, they're the ones crazy enough to do it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, right. Like, I feel like somebody would learn something from that.
Probably.
Yeah,
that-
probably about child endangerment and things.
Yeah.
I remember going a walk in the countryside with my Sunday school and seeing a very dead badger that had
Oh,
unfortunately obviously get hit by a car, and it was pretty grotesque because it wasn't flattened, it's just that like a substantial chunk of its side was gone. And other than that, it was obviously relatively fresh, but other than that it just looked alive.
It's not good.
It was
Yeah.
horrible.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I
Yeah.
just thought I'd share.
F in the chat for that badger, everybody.
I feel bad for that badger.
Yep.
God.
Meanwhile,
Right.
though, in this
It's
game.
a small F. Sorry.
Yep. Oh dear.
Yeah, meanwhile, I believe the order of things would suggest that Mr. Lahengren, did you go?
Yep, we're still in intros. Yep.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
It is me. Hello.
Hello.
I am Nico. And today I'll play in Zig. The Zora, the best captain.
Zag, the Badger captain.
Zag, the Badger.
Zed's in chat.
Yep. Why not?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Why not?
It's fine. Well, thank you, Nico, for that smooth
Yeah.
intro.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. So I'm next.
It's your turn. Yep.
And I think it can only really get better. I mean, things can only get better, right?
To think we have done this at least like 230 times, guys. This intro. Come on.
it's great.
That's
And-
why we've got to spice it up, man.
well, it's how we've gotten so good at it. Really,
Yeah.
is because we've honed it over the years. And speaking of honing it over the years, hello, I'm Colin. I'll be playing Lyco Quint, your sneaky, spooky space cop, coast to coast.
Excellent.
Good day.
Good day.
Excuse me. 1 second.
We are excused.
Great excuse.
I thought I could get the last bit of
It
food
was
down me before it got to me, but no, Colin was too swift yet
I mean,
again.
we bought a
I
lot
am
of time,
swift
to be
as
fair.
Wolf's of Ice Rack.
Mm. And time.
Did you
Speaking
time?
of, Zig is who I, Callum, will be playing. The mystical space rat. Zig, that is, not Callum.
Mhm.
The mystical space rat from the sun. The Zig boy to the dig boy.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So, Brian,
Yes.
there are at least 3 different references to badgers in Star Wars.
In what? Sorry,
Uh,
I missed that.
in Star Wars.
Okay.
So for the Star Wars RP, you're running.
Sure. I'm with you so far.
Can I have one?
Yeah, why not?
I'll be
And-
a badger.
There you
And
go.
what is Star Wars?
And will I need a license for it?
Oh, you know you will. But we'll get to
Okay.
the how many forms in triplicate you'll need to go through.
Oh, yes.
Um,
Oh,
This is why my character fell out with the Empire.
Yep.
I'm afraid you.
The
I'm,
badgering licenses.
I'm a libertarian on matters of
Will
badgers.
be quite complete by the time your friends arrive.
Yeah, but there's no confirmation that it's a creature in Star Wars, but it is on at least 3 different cases used in reference to vehicles or groups of vehicles.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
Uh,
Okay, well, we'll have
I
a
would
chat about
say-
that in character gen for the Star Wars game. But I'm pretty sure you could probably
Good luck.
just play a badger person with a
yeah,
badger.
that's what I was trying to find.
Yeah. We'll have a look because there's like otter people and stuff like that in Star Wars. So
Yeah, there's also. Are they spiders or are they arses? It's hard to say. That's the people from which Pindu Bubu hails.
yes, that is indeed.
Bahando Babo.
It is indeed. Sadly. Anyway, so you are on the final hour. You've just docked back in.
ah.
Yes.
Good. Home sweet home.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Hmm.
Don't
So-
recognise anything now.
She steps out of the shuttle, looks around, goes, "It's tidier than I remember."
Did you remember?
She blinks,
That's a good
Just-
sign.
just shrugs.
That's yeah. There's something there still.
Well, they said it might come back on its own, my memory. But they said there's no guarantees.
Well, here's hope.
How did it go
Maybe.
away?
She blinks and goes, they said I volunteered for a very dangerous, like, medical... She kind of like, just like shakes her head a bit. He goes, "They went poking in my brain."
That sounds about right.
Mm-hmm.
To what end?
She like pats the giant case.
Ah. Now that is.
So you
Sure.
have the schematics for this weapon. You're correct.
The way they
No,
put it
but
was, I was the schematics for that weapon once. They said I was not always an android. That
This all makes perfect sense.
okay. I'll take your word for it. She nods. She goes, it's quite new to me, but sure, I can believe that. But they said I was quite experimental as a AI go, and that I ran a space station.
You did. And things changed a lot since then, but when we first met you, you were in charge of a research station. Well, this is going to be a product of some of that research.
Seems like I had a lot of their backups rattling around my brain somewhere, so they went looking for those. I guess they found them. She like taps the box again.
We should talk about backups later.
Okay. Just like very blankly says that.
I mentally say, please, for the love of God, fix the AI. The ship AI, that is. But not for the love of God, because that wouldn't make sense. For the love of insert random deity here. Triune, there we go.
Well, remember, didn't we discuss that if you'd said anything, it'd be like for Desna's sake? I think Desna was the one that you would have had reference
Possibly.
to in the past. This came up before because we had
Which
this.
one's Desna again? Remind me.
Desna is the one that's almost like the butterfly symbol, and I want to say she's like. We definitely had this conversation regarding Lyco. That's why I recall
Possibly.
this. Let me get you Starfinder.
My brain is like a sieve. I thought Desna. No, Phasma's the one that doesn't like.
Phasma's definitely Pharasma, I think her name is, and she was definitely
Pharasma.
not like you. Desna.
Yeah.
Starfinder,
It's all
Desna, deities. It was the goddess of dreams, luck, stars, and travelers.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Space Marine people like her. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be very fitting then.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, I just it's a very very brave thing you did, agreeing to do that.
She smiles and goes, I'm glad I could help. Who'll be helping?
Hopefully everyone.
Oh.
There's a creature out there that threatens the integrity of the universe itself, and that might just be our only shot.
Looks at the box, then looks back and goes, oh, so no pressure then.
I mean,
Not new at this point.
I mean,
All good.
well, I guess there's a lot of pressure on everyone really these days, you know.
Well, I mean,
She shrugs.
not any pressure with the weapon on you in that regard.
Right.
It doesn't even
You've
necessarily
done what you
need to
needed
be
to
a
do.
weapon.
Okay. Right.
This is the thing that I've got some ideas. It might not even need to be a fight. This is an intelligent being. It might even be able to be talked down. But
Well, we need to be careful regardless. The last time we showed up trying to blow him up with a bomb or trickle me just dismantled him.
yeah, that reminds me, Zig, I kind of need to talk to you before we do the whole versus thing.
Oh, okay.
If you've got a minute, I'd like to talk to you in private, if that's okay.
Yeah, by all means.
Sorry, Captain, I'm gonna borrow.
Oh, sunburn. That's what Alice says. Points at you.
What's
Zig
it
just
do?
turns and smiles, just fondly.
And she kind of like looks excited.
Yeah, he finger guns and
Mhm.
I guess leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give a big thumbs up and then yeah, walk off with them.
She looks a bit like sad at that, like, oh. Okay. Just shrugs.
Because Lyco's had an even crazier plan, guys. Just so you know.
Okay, here we go.
Like
But if you guys are still speaking to her there,
Well,
you can like sort of wrap that
she
up.
turns
First,
she turns to you, Zora, and goes, "So did I just still do my job here then, or what?"
That's entirely up to you if you want to stay with us. I mean,
I wouldn't know where else to go.
oh,
oh.
Oh,
Well, I mean,
I'm sorry.
you used to be a hell of a pilot. I mean, do you want to go?
She looks back at the shuttle and goes, Should we go somewhere? Or do you mean this one?" She gestures like up. As if to the
Yeah.
ship.
Yeah.
Ah. You trust me?
I mean, do you want to go have a seat and see if you still have a feel for it?
That sounds good. Yeah, let's do that.
Let's go. I guess I would go to the bridge.
Where's everybody else going? So Zig and Lyko wandered off somewhere. Weird. What are you doing? Where are you going?
Standing awkwardly in the entrance
Mhm.
for a good couple of minutes until everyone else is dispersed.
Okay. When you're alone,
Eats a chocolate bar.
I'll go and get Alice a yogurt,
okay.
but take my time about it.
Oh.
Okay. Yep. So, right. We'll have the conversation between Zig and Lyko first, I think. So where do you go? Where do you secretly meet?
where would
What
Zig
was it?
lead to? Because I sort of
Um,
flashed second.
I guess Zig would probably just go to his like, I don't know, like
You have an
just
office on the ship.
yeah, probably just the office.
I like that you've never
I
been
keep
to it
forgetting
before.
that
Yeah.
It was assigned to you and oh, I'll definitely check that out one day.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, so you want to head to your office for the first time ever?
100%. Yeah.
Yep. You get there, you open it, and like a whole bunch of random like cutlery that's been like stapled together falls out on top of you.
Mm.
There's
I guess
random
you
like
just try-
bits of appliances and stuff that have been like fused
What?
together. Some of them are
Um,
crawling out as if escaping.
I guess he does that kind of manic, like trying to clear space.
Yeah.
Like when he doesn't know where anything
Yeah.
should have been,
I
or
think
why.
It's clear to say that like CC clearly has hidden things in here.
Do you need this? He holds up something.
Yeah.
No, I have a funny feeling. This is not my doing.
Hmm. Okay. So it's
I guess he
guess
just trying
I-
to clears clutter and gets like seats down.
don't. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. I didn't know where he was most of the time.
We'll need to clear up at some point. But yes, sorry, you wanted to.
Alice, well, reminded me of you're gonna. I mean, okay, taking it for granted you're gonna help me out with this. But either way, you want to deal with the eggs, right? So you're gonna have to do some teleporting. And what you said there, talking to Alice, reminded me. Either way, it's gonna involve the night and some capacity. I remember what happened when you teleported with the bomb. I remember what happened last time you teleported with Nida. What happens if you make a jump and he's waiting?
Then he's waiting. I mean,
I want to give you something that I think you can use against him. It's so his whole shtick, the source of his power, thing he's so obsessed with. He's the last, right? He's the last survivor of his race. The
Yeah.
rest are still about, or at least a lot of them are, but they're necromantic monsters. I mean, I don't use that term pejoratively. Some of them are literally necromancers, and some of them are barely aware, animated by the will of the others. And most of them are like that. He's the last living one, and it's like their well of mental power is all stored in him. His power comes from his being alive, and he's motivated by his desire to see his world fixed, set back to how it once was. He wants to see his species live again, or at least so it seems. And I think I know how you can hurt him, at least for a while. And I don't mean just by using that weapon. I'm not going to tell you to carry that with you and just try and pull it on him. I don't think it'll be that simple.
thanks. I don't feel super confident in carrying a biological weapon with me at all times.
We didn't
So I
actually
appreciate that.
get specifics on what it'll do to other people, but I get the impression it's probably not just going to affect him. But maybe Alice can help us with that. I think I know what he's afraid of most, and I think I can give you a small sample of it.
Okay.
How this is gonna suck, because when you go into people's heads, you feel what they feel, right?
Yes, kind of, to an extent. Yeah. It's hard to explain.
In case you meet again, last time he let you communicate with him, right?
Mm-hmm. Albeit very one-sided.
I want you to have a rummage around in my head, and I think I have some memories that could. He slumps against the wall. So this is awkward for me. I remember those last moments. I didn't even really understand what was happening at the time, and I remember waking up, and I can remember it feeling wrong and adjusting gradually, and taking a very, 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 very long time to get to a point where I felt like I was me again. And it sometimes still gets to me when I realize that it's not like it's finished. I'm still changing, and I know how much it sucks for me to think about this, how it sucks for me to feel this. But I've already gone through it. I know it can't hurt me, it's my past. But how do you think it'd feel for him?
Let me pause Zig just there, and let's talk about. I like the idea a lot. Let's put it this way, Colin. But the idea of like weaponizing trauma is so weird. It's like, see all that trauma I
mean-
went through about getting into this format? If you could just collect it in like a ball and then just volley at him in the seconds that you know,
So,
because you can do that.
basically-
It's
I mean, I like it's possible.
yeah.
I can, and I mean,
what did you do in your fun make-believe game? Or why? I don't know.
I experienced another character's trauma to then weaponize against an eternal being to instantly stuff it into their brain and cause them to feel the trauma.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, it's all right. It's a plan, though. Like, yeah.
it
is a plan.
sounds like it could work, right?
Yeah. The thing is,
I like it.
mechanically, I
Callum
don't think
likes
there's
it.
an issue with any of that. Like, all of that can happen, right? That's what I love about Starfinder.
I love that I'm playing a character who genuinely would think that.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, yeah, I have the perfect weapon.
My own trauma.
Yeah. So
Please continue in your reply then, Zig. Sorry.
Okay. Firstly, Zig would. I think he would kind of like mull that over in his brain for like a good maybe half minute before just saying, I mean, it's doable, but you have to be absolutely sure that this is something you want to revisit and
let me show you
And
something
try.
real quick. Also, take a step back.
Zig, I guess,
This-
kind of
now
moves
keep in
more
mind,
clutter
the-
out the way, and
These offices, because they're on like a spaceship and stuff, they're not super roomy, but they were not super roomy for Vesk, so they give you guys
Yeah.
plenty of room, right? Like, two
Okay.
Vesk could happily sit in here and have a meeting, so there's plenty of room for you guys to, you know.
So
Yeah.
I will sit down whatever I was playing with at that moment, which is probably some sort of animated teacup.
Yeah.
And with and this is going back to the fact that I said with the sort of final upgrade of the swords, they would sort of redesign to be more actually sword-like.
Okay. Yep.
And yeah, he would just activate them both. And it would be immediately visible that rather than just having big spikes coming out of his arms, which he sort of vaguely held, that something that looks very much like a sword made out of bone had just grown very quickly into his hand. Or hands, rather.
Mhm.
And
yeah, I think this is one of those things that, like, obviously, you know, your bone blades have existed like that. We know about that. I don't think he's ever like watched,
Mm.
if that makes sense. You never actively go, oh yeah, that looks kind of funny. I guess I'll examine that in the middle. No, you just kind of get on with stuff and not
It's always
question it.
been mid-combat, and there's always been enough drama in those combats that you haven't had time to be
Yeah.
like, oh, like,
Yeah, well,
yeah.
of course Lyko has swords. Like,
mhm.
if you think about it more, it's probably pretty creepy.
Yeah.
yeah. So actually, I think actually like actively seeing, it, especially at like close proximity, is probably a bit.
Because the impression
I
I'm
think
getting
if
is
you
that they're
scroll up
less
a bit,
like
you see some Tyranid swords that I shared that maybe look a little bit like that. Of course, not as ridiculously oversized.
the idea as well is like less rough chitinous protrusions and slightly more like deliberately perfected
Yeah.
blades. Yeah.
Yeah.
It absolutely looks designed as well. That's the thing that would be, because it's not natural, right? It
Mhm.
might be happening to him in a way that seems almost natural, but it's
It's
Or
definitely
like
not. Yeah.
the product of spooky magic.
Yeah.
I think this would probably be one of the first times he'll have seen them, because it's only recently that he's adapted again. If we put it
I think
that
like the
way.
last time you did
Yeah.
notice would be like your medical scan with Helene, right? That would have shown you what they are now, right?
Yeah, in fact, this can be the first time he's seen them as well. I
Yeah.
actually like that idea.
because
Yeah.
And it makes sense for the drama as well.
Mhm.
Okay. So I will say that, in fact, looking over one of them, probably the right hand one, because that is his dominant hand. I hadn't actually seen these yet. When Helen was doing her scans, and he sort of like plays with it a bit, like you would with a sword that you've just got. I I could see that they changed. They keep changing. They've grown bigger, stronger. Not really got any heavier though. A little bit maybe. Not like that.
Maybe
but
more like this, yeah.
Also, good night, Siren.
Sleep well.
So yeah, maybe
Thanks for joining
accent,
us.
It probably doesn't move that much in his hand.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of attached to it too much.
Yeah. I guess Zig's. But
I
wow.
My point is, and I get that it's a little bit of a dramatic way to make it. I can never forget about any of this shit. It might not be at the forefront of my mind, but I don't forget. Not for a second.
Okay.
Yeah. And they
Nice.
just like sort of suck back in, and I imagine that's kind of horrific. Also,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's probably more disturbing than the I guess the summoning of them.
I think as well, you're noticing that Aliko has had his armor obviously designed to like accommodate these. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess Zig would just. Okay. And I guess my next thing is, are you sure you want me poking around up there? It's not exactly been the most consistent.
Yeah, I know. But you've trusted me, and I've come up with some pretty crazy ideas over years, and we've all put a lot of trust in each other just to get this far, and it's. Yeah. You know what I'm
Okay.
trying to say.
I guess like if there's like a kind of like sort of like examination bed chair combo thing.
Like in the med bay.
Yeah. I think it's probably better, or actually, or if Lyco would prefer, just in a bed. You might want to be sitting or lying down for this.
Can I just sit?
Yeah.
I don't really want to lie down.
Okay. Are you wanting to do this live?
Lie down.
I like
I
that
wanna-
Zora's lying on the couch in this office, just looking through a magazine. Like, just
Under some animated paper clips and
turns out this is where Zora has also been using as like a spare place to sleep.
It's like everyone's used Zig's office, like except for Zig.
Oh, this
It's
is
that
the patio
that shame
I'm
room where
thinking.
you're just like, oh, we'll just stick it in there for now, and we'll move it. We'll find a place for it later.
Yeah, it's the
I
spare
call that
room.
every room.
Yeah.
Uh,
So you want to just sit in this office then, like, oh yeah.
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, just sort of. I mean, maybe even just sit where he is, like slouched against the wall or something.
Okay. I guess Zig would like just head over to Lyco then. Kind of. I guess he'll actually just sit next to him. Because it's kind of like it feels too clinical to just be kind of like leaning over and it's time to enter your brain.
Too shamany for you, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, you'll kind of sit next to him and just say, "Okay, I need you to focus as clearly as you can on it. Because Zig doesn't even know what it is.
I can do that.
And I guess Zig will cast Mind Probe.
Probing the mind.
Because this is where
You
we're
can
at as a party.
make a will save if you want.
He won't.
I imagine you won't.
I love your friend Basil Gangly would also have like resisted at first, right? As well.
Yeah, you'd probably feel like a slight bit of resistance there, but it would very quickly fade.
And I
Right,
mean,
so
like,
first of all, here, see now, Lyko, can you see how this has spell penetration on it as a spell as well?
Oh yeah,
So that
30.
would then interact with your spell resistance, etc.
Okay.
But that's like not everything has spell penetration, and not everything has spell resistance, so they're like additional extras. Quite interesting.
yeah.
But yes, please continue. Sorry, Zig.
Yeah, and I guess like it does take like a good minute of just. I guess Zig's kind of going for the guided meditation method, of explaining everything that he's doing in like a calm like manner. Whereas normally he would just be like, right, I'm brute forcing into your brain. And yeah, he just I guess attempts to go in and kind of like sift through the memories and try and find that the clear moment. I guess the question mechanically is, what does Lyko need me to see?
Well, I think Lyko would want you to see the last sort of closing seconds of his original life.
Like I say, this is the part in the TV show that would actually get the first time we've ever seen the full play.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah.
And
I'm scared.
Yeah, Lyko is standing talking to a sort of strange looking man on the deck of some sort of ship. Looks like a civilian ship, probably of some sort. And you would probably get intense suspicion of that man. That clearly Lyko knows something's going down. But he doesn't know what until after the fact. And then he just gets blindsided, and it's probably mostly just pain and confusion. And that's that until 3 days later.
It comes up, footage not found, and then
Yep.
Lyko comes to. Yep.
And then he wakes up inside a drawer in the morgue.
I think as well, like for like Zig's like perspective, you would go from a fairly familiar vibe when you've maybe mind linked with people or mind probed people to a really weirdly disturbed, warped feeling when Lyko wakes back up. Like it's like maybe when you're driving a car and then you realise like something's wrong with the car all of a sudden. And it starts to
one
feel
thing that
different.
would definitely be noticeable is that like Lyko would have been able to see in the closed, drawer, which it might take him a few seconds to realise after he wakes up in a panic. But he will realise he shouldn't be able to see.
In the dark.
Yeah. He look around and, he understands what a morgue is. He's a cop.
Maybe even the panic, like the skin, the energy and stuff on your skin and whatnot as well.
Yeah, that will be starting to happen as he wakes up. And and that sort of dawning realisation that there's something deeply, deeply wrong and it looks a whole lot like he's dead. And then he'd start to panic and just bang on the fucking drawer and the ceiling of it. It's probably a little humiliating for Lyko to share this.
Yeah, I think it's like, I don't think Zig would even have contemplated Lyko having like much level of
like shame?
Actual like vulnerability and hopelessness. But I guess, you kind of like learn to put on that like
You
that
realise
face
Lyko
once
isn't
you've
an
gone
adult
through
magically, he's just an older person. Yep.
it. Yeah.
He's yeah, that some of it is a brave face, and yeah, there's an element of, well, the Lyco that you've known as a Lyco has been shaped by this.
Yeah.
And that this is a Lyco who's a little bit more raw and unready, and this is sort of the definitive event that makes him into something other than a pretty normal guy. And I think that probably goes on for a while because they're not used to sounds coming from the morgue. Like, generally when they deal with the undead, it's a little bit more predictable.
Yeah, probably
They
quite.
don't
Picturing-
spontaneously generate usually.
What was that? Alex?
Okay. I was picturing the pathologist sitting like at one of the beds, basically, filling in forms above a corpse with a sandwich in one hand and like little headphones on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Connected to a
Yeah.
Walkman.
Oh, it's good. It's a
And you
good
can
image.
probably imagine how the people who eventually open the drawer are going to react.
Yeah, the idea that you'd have to open the drawer is probably nerve-wracking enough for somebody. Never mind what they're actually going to find.
And then you get that sense from Lyko as well, and I'm not sure exactly who or how many, but clearly there would be people there, and when he saw them, you've got to imagine their face is going to betray something,
Hmm.
and it's like one more, like that little extra bit of confirmation, like maybe before he could just think he was going nuts, but then when other people react to him, he can see they're seeing it too.
And to
Yeah.
describe as well, like when he gets pulled out of the morgue scene, like he is met by armed people in addition to the morgue staff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then he spends like the next while basically in a sort of protective custody
Yeah, it's fair to say.
where they're sort of trying to probe and find out exactly how much he's still himself and
Mhm.
what to do with him, and all sorts of questions about the mission he was on, that he's sort of so brain fogged that he's, racking over those last hours of his life, and it's
There'll be flashes of
It's
Shakos
probably-
visiting as well.
yeah. To be
Definitely.
fair, we did establish that we had Shakos visit, I think.
Yep, and also like at some point a debriefing by like Babak as well. At some point, those will be like flashes, whether or not they're super detailed.
I
Wow.
think you probably get a whole hell of a lot of him just sort of staring forward and internally just, if this was a thing that made sense for a person to think in a multi-theistic setting, but oh god, essentially.
Mm.
Like he probably was quite, I think it would be fair to say that the results of experiencing that would probably get a person, at the very least, a short-term protective custody in real life.
Mm.
He was probably undergoing a pretty severe crisis, and no one around was remotely equipped to deal with it.
Do you look up any like
And-
faith-based like documents at all? Because I know me and you had briefly discussed like the fear that is being rejected by like
Lyko
afterlife?
looks into that stuff later when he
Right.
starts to understand what specifically he is.
so that's like after the stuff you'd be given to Zig.
This
then.
would be a later thing.
Yeah,
This
cool,
is
that's
more
fine.
of a sort of adjusting to the fact that he's not alive. He doesn't really know what a Barai is yet. That'll be
Yeah.
sort of a result of research that he digs into. Like, maybe it's a term that's come up once in a blue moon dealing with some artifact coming off of Eox, but
I mean, to be fair, I'm trying to cast my mind back to 2018 to be fair to remember character gen. So
I'm pretty confident that the idea of the Barai is something that he wouldn't really know much.
I
And
don't
once
think
he
you've heard
got
of it yet. I
out,
think that is something you find out on the path. Yeah.
he will start to look into what the hell am I? And then he'll look into like the idea of, well, what does this mean for me? And that's maybe something you get like some of the first hints of as well. Like once he's outside, he's kind of out in the cold again. Like the place that he'd found a home has decided that it's almost too much trouble trying to find a way to work around his nature. That he agrees to sort of leave of voluntary early retirement.
Slash killed in action. Yeah.
Slash killed in action
Yep.
because like the documents can't they don't have enough room for both, and it's a bit of a confusion, and they have to make new sheets, and it's a whole mess. And he'll begin to look into ideas of like what does it mean to be undead, and one of the things that he will discover being a Barai is that it seems like when they get killed, they just either they can to some extent come back as undead, but they just die. And it seems to be that it's agreed that they just die for good. That they maybe don't have souls in some definitions. And so there probably would be an element of he's looking into different religions, and at one point I think he would sort of come to identify a bit with the Devourer, in the sense of like almost collapsing into hopelessness and saying, well, if Oblivion's waiting for me, why should everyone else get out of it? And ultimately sort of just rejecting the religious path in favor of a pretty worldly existence. Although you'd only get like the very early hints of that, because that sort of
I think as
comes
well,
over-
like, I like the idea that maybe the last thing we've got on the visuals, I don't mind if you pad out more on the way, but I think one of the last things is maybe a sense of purpose when he sees like a wanted poster for the first time. Where he's like, maybe I could like refocus my efforts into doing what I was good at, finding people, tracking them down, and it's for Emlyn Daly, obviously. This first wanted poster.
Okay. Yeah. That would work.
Yeah, but I don't mind if you want to pad in more up until that scene that Zig gets.
No, I suppose one thing I should sort of mention is that like there'd be a constant, not just like philosophical, oh, what am I, was me, but there would also be a deep revulsion with his own body, a sense of like, not even this isn't right, like a sense of, is this even me, or am I even real? Am I human? He would look down, and every morning it'd be like you wake up and you look down and you realize your body is a fucking zombie, basically. And every morning there'd be that realization of, oh look, the stuff in my veins that I can see isn't blood, it's some sort of horrific energy that pulses black.
Yeah,
like
like,
just
I can't
watching
even
that beneath your skin.
I can't even imagine the dysmorphia that might even come from that alone, never mind the existential level,
Yeah.
right? Like, yeah.
So the undeath is a really nasty form of body horror, really.
Yeah.
And to be sentient and self-aware and in control, but unable to do anything about his condition, yeah, it's torture for him, and it really does, to some extent, warp him and make him a much more cynical and arguably vicious person. The sort of person who would think of weaponizing this against someone else.
Yes! Yep. Mhm. So Callum, this is what
But
you meant that
might
time when you
also
said
get a
psychic
sense that he
damage.
blames a lot on
Uh-huh.
this as well. That he's like, this is the point. It all went wrong, essentially. Which
Zig,
is understandable, I think.
Zig, can you roll me your mysticism for me?
Yeah. I wonder if I can just click it.
Okay. So throughout all of this, when you eventually like detach and you've had to experience this, never mind somebody else, you're left with a familiarity to all of this, which is probably something you never So maybe like weirdly uncomfortable, that in itself, never mind how uncomfortable most of that would have been. Or maybe how almost like sympathetic you can now be towards, like, or maybe even empathetic's a better term now. And yeah, like you've experienced enough of his magic to know there is weirdly familial vibes from Sindile all over that.
Okay. Yeah.
Shouldn't be too shocking for Lyko to obviously or Colin to hear that, but yeah, it's just something you come away with knowing.
I think in a sense he is like a spiritual son of Sindale. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but yeah, there's definitely that's something you come away with that you were like, because obviously that's something Lyko hasn't spoke too much about. Is that side of things? So yeah, and then as I said, maybe you come back. What's Zig's reaction to all of this when it?
I think. I think Zig's initial reaction is actually going to be quite not super reactive.
Very deep thought mode.
Not even that. I think it's more. It's I will process this later. First things first. Let's get Lyko up.
Okay.
And I guess he would just kind of just check Lyko over, make sure he's not scrambled him.
I think Lyko, the only thing is you had to relive that, right?
Yeah.
No pun intended. So yeah.
No, he's probably pretty. I imagine he looks fairly dejected. Somehow slouched even further into the wall. Probably a hand, holding up his head. Running sort of in the hair. He probably looks like absolute shit, and is sort of staring stonily at the floor.
Hey, Lyko.
He blinks a few times and sort of looks blankly in your direction.
I think Zig kind of rummages for a snack. Hands it out to him and just says, "Welcome back."
I take the snack.
That's probably weirdly reminiscent as well, the phrase "welcome back." Somebody somewhere must have said that to you,
Yes,
Michael.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And how awkward would that be?
Yeah.
I'll look at the stack. What kind of stack is it? Do you happen to have an idea?
I imagine it to be some form of energy bar, to be honest.
Fair. I think
it's
he
yogurt.
Look at it for a second. He's tear it open and just sort of devour it in a couple of bites. And maybe look slightly more in the room with you now.
And we can leave it there, guys, if you want. We can cut to the others now. If you want to leave that moment to linger a bit. Unless you have anything.
Yeah.
Unless you have anything definitive capstone-wise you wanted to say there, but I think that's quite good. Just handing the bar over and just looking a bit, more wherewithal after eating it.
Yeah. I don't think there's I feel like if Zig were to just start chatting about it and dissecting stuff, I don't think it's gonna sit well with Zig or Lyko. So
yeah.
Maybe another day. Yeah.
There's going to be I think there's going to be a little lull for some time.
That's fair. I also realised that why haven't we never cast Brandon Lee as Lyko, right? I feel like that's maybe not the worst casting. But anyway, moving on. So while that was going on, we have Alice and Zora heading to the bridge. We have Weird grabbing a yogurt and then I guess following them to the bridge. So yeah, we get there, and then Finalis is there and goes, "Welcome back, Captain, and me." And then Alice goes, "Oh, well, this is awkward."
Yeah.
Is this like a sex thing?
Oh God.
You're the one that left it here.
I didn't leave a sex thing here, Captain.
You left you here, but not
Were we a thing?
you.
She whispers to you.
No,
Sure.
no, absolutely not.
Oh,
Okay.
not to say it like that.
But it's just weird, though. That's like
Never in a million years.
I mean, it's a weird question.
Yeah.
It's like it's weird. No,
And then, like, Finalis says to her, I always thought he had a thing for us. And then Alice just kind of nods slowly. Like,
for God's sake. Can you pilot this ship or not?
And then both of them go, I can give it a go at the same time. And then they both look at each other
God.
awkwardly and go, oh, you meant that one. Right.
This needs to be fixed.
Did Zora say that?
Oh, this needs to be. Yes. Yes.
You okay, Captain? Says Finalis.
I,
Your heart rate's increasing.
I'm fine. I'm fine. It's just a bit weird.
Okay. And then Alice walks across the bridge and just walks around Alice as if checking her out, and then looks at, like, you know, all the consoles and goes, which one's the flying one?
Point towards the fine one.
Yeah, it's like the main big central one.
Are we sure we want to do that? Are we sure?
I feel like somebody who is slightly more competent at piloting should oversee.
Fine, Alice is here. It's fine.
The autopilot can train the pilot. That's so good.
This is...
So she goes, okay. And she sits down and looks at it for like a good minute, just looking at where all the buttons are. And then Finalis is looking over her shoulder and then looks back at you, Captain, and then says, do you need me to... And she like just gestures in the various directions as if, do I need to be anywhere?
I'm just no, just
The bridge is yours, Captain. And she blinks off.
What have you done, sir?
I'm confused. Okay, alright. I've got Alice is speaking to me. I don't know which Alice is speaking to me at this point in time. Even though he's saying the names, it's still weird, right?
Speaking of weird, Weird walks onto the bridge.
Thank God. Save me.
Yeah.
I'll the bridge place the yogurt in front of Alice.
And just, oh, does it help fly?
No, but
Good. She takes
thought
it,
you
turns
might
it
like
off, and then goes, it's, and she looks at the flavour. What flavour did you grab her?
What?
Yogurt.
I find it hard to believe that he even thinks about the flavour, to be honest.
Yeah.
Maybe he does. Right? It's weird. Weird and Alice had like a connection.
Yeah. I think what be
You can make up a space flavour if you want. I'm not fussed.
that's what I was trying to come up with. That's what I was trying to think.
Greece.
What they'd have on Lashinto planet. But then I thought the name of the planet.
Or Castroville. Yeah.
That's the one. Thank you.
Castroville caramel. Something like that.
Or one of the weird dinosaur flavours.
Diaspora delight. Yeah.
Oh god.
That sounds suspect.
Nisala Soar.
Yeah.
Was another one as well. Yep.
Yeah.
Don't give her psychic.
Yeah.
don't give her psychic strawberry or whatever.
Yeah.
You know.
Psychic strawberry sounds amazing. Was a flavour.
Strawberry
Yeah.
is spelled obviously yes.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's it.
Strawberry. Yep.
Oh, weird.
So what flavour?
Dragon fruit from Draxus.
Okay, cool. He goes, "Hey, it's my favorite flavor," and then she tears it off, and then she starts like glugging it, I guess. She goes, "How did you know?"
We knew each other.
Oh,
And I guess tastes don't change that much.
she looks at Zora awkwardly when you say that, and she looks at you and goes, "Were we a thing?"
Who?
Why have we put all the most awkward people in one room?
I love that after what happened between you and Zig. One might call that awkward, right? Reliving trauma together versus this mess. Yep.
No, sign me
so
up for the
good.
trauma, thank you.
Yeah, trauma's easier to deal with.
Team trauma
Social
versus.
situation?
Yeah.
No. Shared trauma, yes.
So you just say who back to her, I guess.
Oh god.
And she goes, "Me and you? No? Getting a vibe?"
I don't know.
Me neither.
You know what? That's actually a good answer.
And she just like kind of like that was a weirdly comforting answer for her. She's like, "Me neither." Well, I appreciate this. She holds up like the empty yogurt like carton thing.
That's okay. I've got 3,500 of them in the kitchen.
She smiles at that. She goes, "I'm expected to fly this ship now. So where do you want to go?" She turns around with like determination and like puts her fists on like the console as if. Still don't quite know what I'm doing yet, but I'm waiting to know where we're going.
Do see if you can punch in where was it? Our actual next destination?
Well,
after.
it would probably be Diaspora, but
We were swinging by Avalon.
yeah, that's also.
Abalon versus Diaspora. Yeah, like fuck it,
I think
Liavara
the thing
just
was
for
we
shits and
probably
giggles.
want to do the jump to versus, so that we're doing it a little more subtly.
Sorry?
The jump, the
Yeah, I
thing.
get you. The drift.
Yeah, I think the plan was wait, we drift into versus. I thought the plan was teleport to versus.
No, but she needs somewhere to go.
Yeah.
So
Right.
Yeah.
So we go to Avalon, and you just can do the TP thing to versus. But you need to TP first, probably. Is that right?
I mean,
depends how long it takes to get to Avalon, but you can't TP from drift.
yeah.
Somewhere out of drift, yeah.
So we would need to do that first.
Can you calculate how long it will take to get to Avalon? Avalon.
Abalon.
Yeah,
You're right.
cool,
Yeah,
cool,
you got it right.
Yeah.
It's a little like Avalon, though, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, she does the calculations and she comes up with 2 days.
2 days. Yeah. Well, I'll he'd speak like, oh, how long is it going to take to get to?
This probably resonates really
to go to
loud in your
Versus.
head right now. Like you've only had like a couple of bites out of your fucking bar at this point, and you've got this like very echoey resonation in your brain.
I think the captain gets a slightly feral grunt back at that.
Somebody's they'll wake you up. So,
How long will? What?
take to get versus. I'll get prepped to get versus. We're ready to rumble to Avalon.
I mean, not. He's sort of looking around, slightly panic-stricken. Not long. Yeah, we can. If we can.
You good?
He sort of says
You
that
good?
looks around at Zeg and says, like, we can go.
I think Zig would just jump in and just say, "We can, we can leave anytime, immediately, as long as we're not in drift."
Yep. Cool. I'll hold off the old drift count. And until you're ready to rumble.
Thank you, Captain Admiral.
Yeah.
Cool. Over and out.
Remember, Alice can't hear any of this. So
That's a good
and I
point.
would say,
I need to get that.
well, just waiting on Zig and Weird. No, Weird. The other one. The other weird guy.
The other-
Lyco.
oh my god.
The other one.
I love how
You
much
know.
Alice has thrown you. Like, I forgot who all my crew were because Alice came back.
I'm just waiting on Zig and Lyco to depart for whatchamacallit. What's the place? Versus. That's it. Names.
Yes.
Whatchamacallit.
Oh,
Versus.
why don't we go there?
We're off to we're off to Avalon.
You could race them.
Good what? Sorry, drift
Race
them.
them.
Oh, no, we've got important things to do in Avalon. They've got
Oh.
important things to do now. We need to split.
Is this like some kind of secret birthday party?
Note
No,
to self: make Alice a secret birthday party.
not really. No.
Oh, but that's what you'd say if it wasn't, though, right?
You're right, but it isn't.
Right. She gives you a look like she's definitely not sure. She goes, I don't think I came from Avalon, though. Didn't I come from that station?
Yeah, diaspora. Well, we're going to be going there after Avalon.
Also, that station was destroyed entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean-
I mean, not entirely. Just mostly.
It's very, very destroyed, though.
Yeah. It's not got any life support on it, I suppose, is a point.
It's
Yeah.
not what it once was, that's for sure.
Yeah. And she goes, okay then. I think I just pushed this button. So I'll wait.
Okay.
What was that, Alex?
Nothing.
I would look at weird when she says, I think I just pushed this button to confirm. If she does, just push that button.
Do you say anything, or are you just hoping that a single eye?
I'm forgetting who I'm fucking. Is that right? I would say in my head, brain speak. While eyeing you.
Is she pointing the right button, Brian?
Do you want to roll piloting for me?
Oh dear.
Oh dear, I hope you actually passed this. You're just going like, yes. It's not.
It seems alright, yeah. It seems like she's programmed a route through the drift, yeah. You can't guarantee it's Avalon, but it does look like she has programmed a drift route that would take you somewhere. That would take 2 days.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
See, good. We're going to end up in the fucking like sun's orbit or something. Like,
There are actually worse
I mean,
places
that
to
would be great
yeah.
for at least one of us.
Yeah. You've been there many times, right? It's not even that special anymore. When does Lyco and Zig give the signal?
Um,
I'm impressed you didn't want to take the 2 days just to recover from that moment, to be honest.
That's a good point, actually.
Well, depending on how Zig's looking, I think having sort of snapped back into reality, something gravity, Lyco would now sort of be able to rouse himself enough to go. Yeah, we should get going.
Yeah, I think Zig's maybe not happy, but happy to just get going, because there'll be time later to try and process stuff. And at the end of the day, like, does he actually need to process it for it to be potentially effective? Maybe not.
Yeah.
Maybe Zig's actual processing of it would maybe hinder.
Maybe dilute it almost.
We want that raw trauma.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It makes sense, though, right?
and-
Imagine if you sit and process it yourself, you're basically going back to what Lyko has had to do to get to where he is, and you want to have relived that instant moment to weaponize that, so you don't want to process it, which is horrible to say, but it is true.
So yeah, I think Zig's happy to just start doing stuff, anything, to kind of basically as if he had actually just lived through that.
Okay, yeah.
Just now.
Oof.
I
Well,
think,
if nothing was going to bring you closer, right?
This is it. Zig's like, I'm not talking to Lyko ever again.
Zig puts on a
I
bandana,
jest.
gets his rifle out, yeah.
Listen, I can't blame you.
Starts taping
I
knives
think-
to his forearms.
Sort of during getting kind of ready to go, I think Zig would pose the question: do we? I guess to the captain. At some point, do we include Alice in and would motion to brain speak?
Hold on. Before we go, and I was just gonna get up and wander off to wherever we left the weapon.
It's in the cargo bay, yeah. Or the shuttle bay, I should say, which is the cargo bay.
Can I sort of open it?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Like, to see how, not obviously unleash the weapon, but open the cargo container?
Yeah, imagine Edgar climbed out. So, yeah, you unbuckle the straps that held it in, and then you, type in the code to open it, which you were obviously given by MO. And then, the thing, unfolds itself, the container itself, parts itself, and inside there's, a fairly large cylinder. Almost like a capsule, this thing could be, mounted in a missile level of capsule. And inside there is, red goo swirling around. It's got a nice viewport just for the audience alone, obviously, to see the nice red goo inside.
I'm gonna go to our med bay and get a test tube.
There is no way to open this capsule without opening the capsule fully.
Okay.
Right? So you'd need to do a bit more work on that.
The idea's gonna have to wait.
Yeah, you could, as I said, if you took the 2 days, you'd be able to do a lot in Drift with, weird help.
That's fine, because I know exactly what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
Mentally, I'll say, hey, Weird, come have a look at this.
Oh dear.
And to Zig's question, I guess I would answer should we add her in the now? She might confuse things while she's getting to grips with everything again.
I guess Zig would kind of mind comms and open that to everyone.
I think that was through Brainspeak, all this, right? So
Yeah.
I assume that was.
Yeah, so every day is going to get
Probably.
So I guess everyone's kind of
on the flip side as well. I'm not saying this is a GM suggestion, merely just that maybe it would be either be overexposure or at least additional exposure that she might need. Right? So it is a 50-50, I'd say, this decision.
Yes.
It could be worse.
And then
it
the
could be good.
pragmatic approach is it's an extra body to jump to.
Mm-hmm. There's also extra confusion in the mind link if something. Yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna. I think it's too soon. I think it'll really screw her up.
At least for
I can
now,
imagine
think we
Zig
should
just
be-
staring at Lyko when he says that.
I've gone to the weapon now.
Yeah, but I just
I
still
guess the
imagine.
difference is we can weaponize this screwed upness
Yeah.
potentially.
Yeah, maybe we just we let her take it easy for a bit.
Indeed.
I think that's a good idea.
So where did you head down to the cargo bay? Since you definitely got told where your Lyko was when he said, "Come and take a look at this."
Yes. Oh, I've done that. This will be fine.
Yep, so you heard the...
Don't worry.
There you go.
I think my idea is going to be pretty much something you would have thought of anyway.
That doesn't make it safer.
It's fine.
So yeah, like you get to the cargo bay
Sort of
eventually.
thinks back to the time where like, he set the self-destruct off of it.
Oh man.
Yeah, okay, to be fair,
That
he
was
did
a-
it for a reason.
It was a good idea. It ensured
Instant justifications.
we maintain control of that dialogue.
I hope we get a fan one day that will happily go back and just snapshot everyone's like highlight reels of their best and worst ideas they've ever had throughout the game.
Be
Oh,
harsh.
Certainly an idea.
Yeah. So yeah, you get there, you're in the shuttle bay, you're staring at the open crate, at the big kind of like cylinder capsule. Red goop inside.
That's why
I have an idea for how we can use this. She said, what was it she said? How big is the average town?
You mean MO?
Yeah. I know. I guess. I don't know, but I guess you're thinking a bomb?
Generally, yes.
He's just one man. It doesn't have to be too big of an explosion, right?
Is this in character or...
Oh, this is in character for real.
Sorry, is this in brain speak or sorry in person?
This is just be in person.
Okay.
But you do know that you do realise that like you would have heard him say, "Come have a look at this if I have an idea." In the cargo bay, so you would have got that brain speak wise, Zora. So you could just leave Alice in that room if you want.
I won't.
If you want.
I won't go full murder. I won't go full murder.
I'm kind of glad you're not doing that. I'll be honest.
But I guess like I would digress and say what I said earlier again, even because I said it earlier. I don't know if I was heard, but we tried a bomb before. He just went and looked at it, and it wasn't a bomb anymore. It was.
Yeah,
no longer.
we did get his attention with it, and that is sort of what did set Lyko down the path of thinking about other ways to attack him. But yeah, sort of what he was thinking.
Not
about
to say a
is-
bomb won't work, maybe just not a visible fucking in his face bomb that you can.
Yeah, I
Get
wonder if
to-
you could get any hybrid cloaking technology from somewhere.
Perhaps. What? I thought. Why don't we try something a little more direct? We've got more than enough to cover a pretty wide area in this stuff. Then I reckon we probably have enough to siphon off a few drops that we could put into I don't know, something like an explosive cartridge. Doesn't have to be that, but I think we can take a subtle approach.
And an explosive cartridge is subtle.
Relatively, yeah. But maybe it doesn't have to be that. It could be any old bullet. I mean, I probably got some ammo on me, so I'm just gonna like pick out a cartridge, chuck him a bullet, and say, "Do you think you could get a little bit of that into one of these?"
Yes. Do we know how much of that is required?
I think Alice might.
We need to understand the load that will put this Librian down.
Doesn't necessarily need to be fatal the first shot. Maybe that could just buy us some time.
But we could prepare it into syringes, aerosols. Hell, if we can get him on board the ship, we can flood a compartment with it.
Like, I'll give you an example of when Mo said, how big's an average town? Like, I think Weird would definitely know, just based on the amount of fucking ship schematics you've overlooked, and also, like, the fucking the level of bombs and aerosol, like weaponized things you've done in this game. That would, like, flood a capital ship's, like, AC, basically, right? If you were, like, aerosolized it, you could take out something like the size of a, like, maybe not like a fucking city ship, like the starship thing that he's got, but you could definitely flood something like easily the like the Calm Before the Storm, the Line in the Sand, like those scale ships, any of the Vesk ships that you saw, but maybe not the like the Merciless Blade. That's maybe just a bit too big, but you'd maybe get like half of it easily with something like this.
Mhm.
Depends how good their aircon is, but yeah. You'd know enough about that, but that would be aerosolizing all of it, obviously. Maybe it wouldn't maybe miss like a clip of ammo, though, right? You probably wouldn't need too much of the stuff to make a clip of ammo or whatever, but yeah.
We kind of need to know what the tactic is for using this.
Agree. I just want to give us options.
Of course.
Depending on just how effective this thing is, I'd like to think, powerful as he is, I'd like to think that maybe this doesn't have to go that way. He's trying to fix his world. I think we can all understand where he's coming from. I don't think he's a monster. But, well, gotta be ready to do what we have to do. You think you can make me some Librian poisoning ammo?
I don't see why not, but I want to run this one by the captain before we start cracking this open.
Yeah, that's fair. I leave this in your capable hands. There was one other thing.
Yes.
I did have an idea. If this doesn't prove 100% effective, it might weaken him enough that other options are on the table. Like, he's clearly pretty resistant to necromantic magics. Or, well, he's proven that. But maybe a severely poisoned Librian wouldn't be. I'm just saying that if it came to it, well, I could deliver a negative energy weapon without any risk to myself. It going off, unless it actually it blew up like the kinetic energy. But if it just released a wave of negative energy, that might be an interesting backup. Only I don't know where to start with that.
Hopefully securing a large negative energy weapon.
That's gotta mean the Bone Sages again, right?
Yes.
So 3 names came to my mind straight away. It was like the list populating, going Cindy,
also
Emma
Bob,
O,
but-
Bob. Yep, do.
Okay, well, maybe let's table that for now, but
Hmm.
it's something to think about, at least. Alright, anyway, I should go and get sick and get moving. Whew.
We'll meet you at Avalon, hopefully.
Hopefully. Good luck.
Thanks. I'm sure Alice knows what she's doing.
Yeah, well, she's got you and the other AI. The other her? It's not really. She's got some backup. That's why I was saying sort
It's
of
a very funny
fuck
line
off.
to say as well.
Also, mentally, I'm gonna say, at some point, we're probably gonna have to contact Babak, considering the delay in getting back to him. So be prepared for the possibility that he would choose to be proactive in approaching us. Obviously, saying brain speak to everyone.
Any reply to Lyko, brain speak wise? To
Oh, I was muted. I said. Says,
It's a classic.
understood. Loud and clear.
All right. Like
Keep my eyes open.
and I said, yeah, I suppose we'll head back to Zeg and
both use kit
See if
up in
he's
the
ready to
armory
go.
with your new stuff, and then I assume Zig, you're gonna do the honors.
Yeah. I guess I'll just grab onto Lyko.
to Verses.
To Verses. Oh wait, where in Verses are we going? That's a good.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Because I mean, I can take us to Verses, but if I
Helen's
don't know,
lab.
okay.
You were there briefly.
Okay, that's fine. You
We're
just
there for
trust me.
2 weeks as a team, right?
Yeah. I kind of forgot that was on Verses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, Zig spent a
Right,
lot
less.
longer on Versus. Because Zig hung out, or hid out, in the 11th hour while waiting to catch up on timelines.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I did actually click the button, but
Remember you built that mech? Sorry, you built the fighter out of the bits of the 11th
Yep.
hour that you were then turned into a mech by CC, who got himself lost in the
Yes.
drift because he's an idiot.
okay. For some reason, I can't click that.
It's not a spell you're allowed to cast, apparently.
Oh, I can cast that. I just cannot click on
The other one.
that one for some
That's
reason.
so weird. Okay, well, you can just type its name in, and then that's it done. It's easy enough done.
That is unfortunate.
It happens sometimes. Roll20 breaks a lot sometimes when they do updates.
God damn it, roll 20.
Yes. I've seen many, many things go strangely. So yep, does that let you specify where you can go on the planet?
Yes. So hold on. I'll
Yep.
read the section that matters
Mhm.
because there's a lot of text. Blah 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 blah. If you have a specific location on a planet you in mind, you arrive there without a chance of failure.
Nice. Okay, where would you like to go? That diner? That anywhere between that diner and Carhole?
Just teleport straight inside Carl, man. Like, even though it's under.
See what's going on.
Oh, sorry?
Hi, old Donald's here.
Mhm.
Let's go to look up, check all place out, you know.
But you've been on, like, as I said, you've been on Versus for like 2 weeks at that point, I think. I think you did spend like maybe even a month there, maybe longer. And as I said, Zig spent a lot longer there.
a lot of time there. Yeah.
So you could easily go to like the 11th hours like hangar and stuff as well if need be. So it's up to you, Zig, where you go.
Yep. Well, wherever Lyko says.
Yeah. Helen's
Helen's
lab.
laboratory.
I don't think Zig's been there. Right?
I don't have to have been there.
Yeah, you can teleport to anywhere you are familiar with.
Okay. You are.
Everything says you.
Hold on.
That's okay, I'm waiting.
I read
It's
it
a lot
somewhere.
of text.
Hold on.
It's a lot of text.
No such landing thing. Blah blah blah. Was I reading a different one?
It's just that everything I'm reading here says you need to be aware of it.
Well, you were. Hold on. Didn't you come and get me with Dindale at Helen's lab?
And you don't need to have seen your destination. Right at the top.
Okay. Where are we?
Except there is no hard range limit, and you don't need to have seen your destination. You can teleport anywhere you're familiar with on the planet you are on while casting the spell, or can teleport to any other planet in the same solar system. So,
Yeah, but I think for like, so the reason why I'm saying that I wouldn't class like being familiar with that lab is since he appeared there for like 5 minutes and left, and it didn't have a how he got to there or back since that was via Sindile and time.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why I'm calling bullshit on that.
okay, yeah, that's fine.
Yep, but pretty much anywhere else in like Versus is fine that you've been to because you did spend time there.
Because I assume Lyko knows where it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess Zig would ask Lyko then where the kind of closest, like roughly where it is, and then Zig would go as close as he could get.
We're gonna have to go into the front door, aren't we? Okay.
Technically, you
just,
could go to the
open
landing
my comm
pad
and show like the street.
You could go to the Steward Building landing pad because I'm sure Zig has been there. I'm sure you all got picked up by
the landing pad isn't a bad way to come in.
Yeah.
Obviously,
show like the top-down view on the aerial maps.
Sure. If you want to go there, yeah.
Yeah. Right here, if you can.
Cool. Let's do it, and then.
He
grabs Lyko, closes his eyes, and imagines.
Do you tell the others he's away? No. Just go.
Yeah, we can tell them when we get there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
That makes sense.
It does. It literally takes like 6 seconds.
Yeah. So use vanish.
Well.
And then I guess we don't find out what happens, because we go to the cockpit, and Alice just looks at you, Sora. Do we go now?
Can we go now? I was thinking.
Obviously, we don't know because they're away.
I'm assuming that's a yes. Yes, we can go. Good.
Okie dokie. And she pushes the button, and then
luck.
the ship does everything it does to try and get into drift, and then vanish. That's where we close that session out. With both of you gone, both teams gone. So, not quite the cliffhanger, but at least a stopping point. We can pick up from, hopefully, Versus and Abalon next time. I like that Lyko managed to find a way to avoid going to Abalon for the most part, which was good.
Yeah. He's probably been not entirely not deliberate about that.
That's fine. It is completely fine. What would you like to call this session? There's a lot of good options.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna suggest that. Oh, you did it.
It's okay.
Oh, then.
I don't know if that's one we've had before. It sounds familiar, but
it seems like.
I think Welcome Home maybe is what we've had. Session 9, is that Welcome Home? It is. Session 9 is Welcome Home.
Yeah.
The one that totally definitely didn't make Olka quit. Any other suggestions, folks? I'll say for the folks at home, my suggestions were relive, is like the subject matter being live, a backup plan, and a welcome back, which was via
caps lock on.
via Colin.
I'm a welcome back for.
Weaponized trauma is also solid. Yep. Past lives also solid. Yep. Anything, Zora?
I can't really think of anything. Yeah, I'm thinking. Nothing is coming to mind.
It's okay. Throw a wee vote in somewhere then.
Okay, keep that.
Past lives
I
and
done it too
pathogens.
fun.
I like that.
Yeah. Give that a wee vote as well. Okay, so considering there's 4 of us, or 5 of us total, it's a lot of
What to
votes.
choose.
Yep. So, can we make a choice between welcome back and past lives and pathogens, please, folks who have not voted?
I have voted for welcome back.
That's okay.
I'm a welcome back voter, as I said.
Yep. Well, Zig, it's down to you. Past lives and pathogens, or welcome back?
Welcome back.
Okay.
Did he,
Used to have
did he
voted for
roll a
something
dice
less
for it?
Yeah.
He did. Nice.
Imagine the audacity of rolling dice in this game. Welcome back. There we go. I'll add that over into our tracker. Yay. Okay, so goals.
Goals.
The things we didn't do at the start of the game because we
I,
skipped
mean,
them.
I was about to say we done the Advertarium at the start of the game.
No,
didn't we?
nobody noticed. So, what's your goal, Zora, and is it complete?
Have personal hand and death damage. Yes, just take my word for it. It's complete.
We've not seen him in a while, so he's clearly dead. Imagine they just like choked on some kind of like martini olive or something like that, just off camera. How boring would that be?
That was me put that fucking olive in there, but
The camera cuts to like almost the like Ocean's fucking 11 style music playing for the montage of the heist. Yeah. Zora with a mustache on.
it was actually a marble, it wasn't an olive.
He left the pit in.
Yeah. Anyway, are you keeping your goal?
Yes.
Okay. Lyko, what is your goal?
My goal is
Got
is
that.
it still clarify Barrett's intentions with fleet. I'm kind of a bit slow in the update with that, but we're getting to it.
Are you keeping it? Or are you swapping it?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Weird, your goal, please.
And map is influence, which is still ongoing.
Want to keep it? Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Zig.
Fix Thanida's death.
Keep it.
Ongoing.
Cool. Okay, so we've got general goals, which are the enact the plan with the bioweapon, which is
Making progress.
still ongoing.
Making
Yep.
progress.
Enlist Cinderell's help in bringing bone sages into anti-Orgalist plan.
Eh.
Very, very slow. Buy more yogurts to find an Alice. Guess what, gang?
I achieved it.
You did. So Alex, you can move that over to the top of the completed list. That's your goal. That's what you win.
Yay.
Yog.
Yay. With, was it fucking dragon fruit from Triaxis or whatever?
Yep.
Right, and then we've got hand over query to Emma. Oh, look at that.
Double
Yep, something to
Double
move that over now. Nico, you can do that. You sounded like you were excited.
I'm on it.
Okay.
I'm on it.
There's excitement down.
Mhm. Is that your new goal, Alex? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just keep
Find
going.
another Alice.
Okay.
Just keep adding to the collection.
Oh, we should have got one. We should have brought the one over from his memory using magic.
Yeah, I was going to say, and then just looping as many Alices into Plan B. should be the
Yeah,
new goal.
create a staple Alice loop.
Oh dear. And then obviously looping as many allies into Plan B. You still...
Loop Alice's into Plan B.
That's still annoying. So we have 2 blank goals for the general goals. Finding another Alice is a real goal. So
We also got a creaky chair.
yeah, we do.
That could be anyone.
That
What-
could.
So gang, what would you like your goals to be? We've got 2 blank ones for the general team, and we've got a bunch of
I
things
see
ongoing.
2 full. I see 2. I see.
That's
all
your
full
best
square
guys,
slots.
Vescalize and propaganda. But we do have a 2-pronged front on the plot wise, right? We've got Abalon and we've got Versus, so why not have a goal for each of them?
I was thinking ambiguously rescue Shakos? Question mark.
Sure, ambiguously rescue Shakos. Pop it in.
Right, I'm gonna replace something dark side for that
Yeah.
one.
How dare you know that is a fucking
Sorry.
valid and fucking poignant goal. Like,
Well, that's a spicy goal, that one. Just to add it
Is
to
that how
the
ambiguously is spelled? Oh no, he's not doing it.
Oh my
I agree with the third goal.
So
The third
anyone
general
that's
goal
watching,
is
we'll
what you
complete
put up.
this session eventually. So let's fix these goals so they look like what they should. And that's not an invitation, Alex, to go get them to be weird sideways colours again.
Oh, we have
I know. Yeah,
I like sideways colours, they're my favourite.
I think you know exactly what I mean. From,
Goals?
it's-
do.
we
I
start-
did know exactly what you
Yeah.
meant, but I still wanted to be a dick about it. So there.
that's why we can't have nice things. Right. So
Oh my god.
fix the goals. Fix them.
Right.
Okay. And
Right,
what are we doing for the
Kill
Abalon goal?
Jackass is quite that's valid goal.
So Abalon team, what's the goal there?
Abalon team,
Abalon 5, yeah.
Abalon 5.
welcome.
Thank you.
ambiguously rescue Finida.
I think we sort of already have that, to be
That's
honest.
what Zig's goal is.
Fix the Nida's death, which is going to happen.
Right, so why?
Either the death or the fixing, or both.
So why are you going to Abalon?
That is the question. Why are we going to Abalon?
Is that not worth the Nida?
That is worth an idea.
Yeah, okay. That's fine.
Also, Alex, that's a perfectly cromulent goal for Abalon 5.
Pick up Queenie. Yeah.
Pick up Queenie.
Pick up
That's a
Queenie.
weirdly less poignant goal for Abalon 5, but yeah.
Queenie! Or that.
Oh, see what I mean? Not okay. The King Arthur goal got way more traction with her focus group.
It's 11 o'clock at night. You can't be doing this.
You gotta be shushy. Mhm.
Let the boy have his face. Don't bite it.
Oh.
These are dogs, not children, folks at home.
Let the
So-
boy have his face.
Because otherwise I'd have already beaten them on the way to my...
Oh dear.
Yes.
The views
Is
on
there a clap
parenting
emoji?
that Alex holds are not those of this
Oh,
channel.
Not
this
representative.
isn't parenting. I wouldn't beat my own kids.
That's fair, just others. Anyway, so pick up Queenie. Like, to what end? What is the actual plan with Abalon?
To what end, indeed?
Advance.
Obviously, we don't want to like spirit the Queen away as Shakos until we're like sure we can.
I mean,
save her.
we may not have any need to actually do that. Who knows? Because she is awake now.
I mean,
I don't know that, and you don't know that. We
like
can't
I,
talk about it.
like I said, if Babak gets all antsy and pushy and fucking hostile, we're just going to take her, man. Fuck him.
Okay,
I
okay.
mean, Fuck them.
So again, Abalon. What's the plan? Team.
Pick
Or
up Queenie in order to. I mean, this just goes into like saving her though. Like, we were going there to basically try and like check up on her, right? Essentially, right? Like, that's what Zig needed to do. He needed to do like a checkup to find out what he can.
Because we're all going to go join you after Mercy's stuff and
Okay.
potentially see if we need her, but also just check up on her and see if we can help.
Which would come
The whole
under
death thing.
fix Tonight is Death, which we have a goal for.
Yeah.
So what else we got going on?
Can we help with your impending death?
So we need a different goal then for that slot. Any
So
else you
really
want to do on Abalon?
Fix the Finida's death thing is kind of like why we're going to Abalon, kind of. I don't know. Is there anything else we could do in Abalon?
Didn't you have something for Naz McKeckley to have a look at? I forget.
Probably. I mean, he could maybe help with a bioweapon.
Yeah.
I mean, I think initially we talked about him with regards to the moving query, but that seems like a time waste.
I mean,
we're
somebody did
probably
put
going
in...
to need some former medical expert to like.
He might not be a bad
Proper
person to have
weaponiser.
on board for that. And also for Shakos if we do need to sort of rescue her.
So we've also got one that says restore Alice to unfactory settings. How do you feel about that?
That'd be good.
I think that's
That's
a good
a good
idea.
Okay.
If that can be done.
You're welcome.
Okay, there we go, if you're happy with that. And it doesn't mean you can't get Naz McKeckley as well, he's just not goal-bound, necessarily. But he might be the path to completing some of these goals. Okay.
It may be the path to your goal.
I am happy with this. And remember, you've still got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 goals you could cash in narratively with me, so long as we work out something reasonable. For the
I
moment.
might actually
Death
have
Star.
a point of contact on Abalon. We'll
Okay.
need to discuss it before next time, though, right?
That's okay, yeah, no, just send me a message at some point, we can have a chat hit about it. Beyond that though, let us move on to our wrap-up chat times. And we'll start with... let's start with our resident Badger expert. So, Zora, please continue.
I don't know.
Yep.
Hello. I am the Badger.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. It was cool to see. Cool to see Lyco's last and first moments for the second time
Yeah.
and third. Lyco, you're
What?
weird. I mean, you've technically had a last time for a third time and a first time.
Yeah.
No, wait, a last
Yeah,
time for a
I
second
get what you're
time.
trying to say.
And
You're
a
saying
first
it in the
time
most
for a third
confusing
time.
possible manner.
So, perfectly Zora.
Yes. Yes. It's cool. It's cool to see that. It's depressing and sad that Alice is reset. It's depressing.
Well, kind of reset, right? She is still... bits of her are still in there, right?
Yeah, it's still depressing.
It's sad, yeah. Sad times.
It does seem like the core personality is pretty much there.
Like, almost like the instincts are still there. Like finger gunning from the hips and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep, definitely still Alice. Definitely
Yeah.
still Alice.
Yeah. It was nice to get her back, even if it is a bit sad. Which is kind of
It's
the reason
good
you
having
have a
Alice.
bioweapon, right? It's kind of the reason you got the weapon now. So,
It is weird to have two Alices. The quicker
Yeah.
we get that solved, the better.
yep, because I don't want to roleplay the same character from different perspectives at the same time, please. This game has been complex enough with timelines. Never mind these characters, so yeah. Exciting.
Mhm.
Yeah, lots of progress made, to be fair. Lots of progress.
Mhm. Yeah,
It's
it's good. Good progress. Good progress.
Yes.
Go places. Go
I
places.
loved-
We're going places.
I love the... Wait, why are we going to Avalon? Isn't this other people's plan? Ultimately, you're going there so Zig can jump to it, really, and be with you guys.
Mhm.
Yeah, for the sake of travel. Yeah, anything else, bud?
No.
Okay,
That's
there
it.
you go.
It's
There
good.
you go.
Good fun. Good fun.
Thank you. Zig.
Woo!
Mm.
It was great.
Good.
The end.
Thank you.
No, it was awesome. Loved getting that just like extra mile of Lyco. Or I guess extra birth, rebirth, death, and
The measure
re-death.
of a man. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, it's it's his moment, isn't it? It's his thing. It's his point. And Zig's now, for worse or for worse,
Wow.
that's a part of him now. So,
Yep.
yeah, it was great. And like Alice, Weird, and the captain's interactions were just magical.
So you think, wait, why
it's
did we miss
lovely.
her? Yeah.
Yeah, it's been too long. It's sad the circumstances in which she finds herself, but hopefully she remembers all the good stuff and forgets most of the bad stuff. That'd be good.
I hope so too.
Like how Zig murdered her once.
Yep.
Wait, what?
We can forget about that.
Savage. It was like 100 sessions ago. Like,
She never fails to remind him though. I just felt like I should be the one to remind him once.
just standing for Alice there while she's waiting.
Maybe I'll make a point to say, right, I'm gonna just rip this band-aid off now.
Oh god, no.
I killed you,
killed you once.
and
I can do it again.
I can do it again.
Shut the
no,
fuck
yeah,
up, bitch.
In a way, you made her, really. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I killed you, but then I enabled you to grow and become what you are
In a
or
way,
were.
I am your Cinderella to Lyco.
Frankenstein was the Ahsoka's name.
Yes.
What's going to happen is, when I die, you're going to explode, and you're going to become me, and then I will recreate you later.
Just like.
I don't think that's.
Don't worry,
I don't
I've
think that
seen it
happened
done before.
automatically. I think that was like a specific thing to those circumstances.
I think I understand how it works. I saw it done once.
Okay, well.
Cat in the furnace. Oh dear.
It's I was gonna say it's nice to have the bioweapon, but I'm unsure whether or not it's nice to have it or
Yeah.
if it's just.
Is
well,
it
we've
a
got it
cold
now.
comfort? Is that what it is? Because cold comfort would have been a great session title actually for everything that happened. But yeah.
Ugh.
So yeah.
But yeah, no, it was great getting that, like, hearing more about Lyco's defining kind of point in his on life.
Mhm. The birth of the bride. And yes. Yes. No, it was good. It was very good. We definitely like this Zig is so different to the beginning Zig. Like it's.
I know, it's bonkers.
It's so interesting to see. Yeah, I've loved it. I'm not gonna lie. That character arc that you've went through has been damn fucking good to see. So
Yeah, and I mean,
they have ruined you. That's all I'm gonna say. But so has
Wow.
the story.
Harsh.
To be fair.
yes, I am ruined. I am no longer.
I've done nothing of the sort. There has been
You've been
no
a relatively positive influence, I suppose.
I mean, yeah. I think.
I don't know. There was that one moment where Zig was having a hard time, and you just like rocket booted away.
Did I?
I'll never
That-
forget. I'll
that does-
never forget. I'm gonna have to try and find that.
That does sound like
Um,
Zora. To be fair.
I mean,
This is awkward. Bye.
I mean,
It works.
We were in Castrovel, I think. Something was going down. I can't remember what it was, but there's loads of stuff going on.
Mm. Oh dear.
I get just fibbing me. I ain't get talking.
Nah, man. I'll find it. I'm not gonna go back that
Yeah.
far just yet.
Not yet, anyway.
But I'm telling you, like, seeing like 10 years when I go back and re-listen to all of it, I'm gonna pull it up and be like, right.
It was
That's
this.
the same Zora fucking abandoned me. Like,
My emotional rock.
held on to this memory.
My emotional rock abandoned me. Just like the Radiant Supreme
Supreme,
did.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Clurg.
Just like when the Radiant Supreme rocketed away.
I genuinely don't remember.
I'll be honest, near die, but I'm enjoying it, so
Yeah.
I'm going with it.
It's the new canon. If it wasn't the old canon.
It's fine. This might have been out before like everything changed and everyone's memories got changed. So maybe that's just something that wasn't like put back in.
Yeah, I was gonna say it wasn't reminded. Yeah, we didn't remember that timeline, that particular part of it. Yeah. Ramasethu was kind to Zora there.
Also, this feels for some reason vaguely reminiscent.
Okay.
I don't know why that reminded me of that.
Yeah. Let me have a look. Fair. Okay.
It's just
anything
so
else?
that's a good night.
No, it was great. It was lovely. It was all horrible, but it was great. It was good horror.
I just enjoyed the sitting discussing on. We're weaponizing trauma. We're trying to go back to its freshest moments to harvest it, to throw at something that clearly dislikes the undead.
That's it.
It's horrible, but yet effective and mechanically possible.
That's the best part about it. Is like it's not even like that. Like,
we're not janking this, right?
Janking it. It's
yeah.
like this is something that yeah we could do this.
Oh man, do you know what it reminds me of? People have seen Ragnarok, right? Thor Ragnarok, where like Valkyrie and Loki are fighting, and he just goes, "Sorry about this," and then grabs her forehead. She has to relive the moment of like her failure. Like very vibes of that went through my head.
Yeah.
Before she obviously punches him. So yeah. Alex, weird.
You call him weird.
Yeah.
It was good to get Alice back. And all the complexity that entails.
Yep.
I
did like your answer when she was like, "Were we attacking you?" I don't know.
One day he might, but more than likely not. But no, I thoroughly enjoyed Zig and Lyko in their trauma buddy time.
Thanks.
We hit some nice contrast there, I think, between highly effective trauma communication and the Vesk ambassador.
Yeah. We often find a good tonal balance there, I think, in sessions where it isn't always absolute dour tones. There's usually some slapstick in there.
Yeah.
There's usually some sort of Zora attempting to talk to someone important.
My favourite's still that foreman. Oh, that's a moment I'll cherish for a while.
Oh god.
Verbal confusion foo. It was glorious.
Sorry,
yeah.
Please continue.
This is on.
Yeah.
I think the other guys have covered everything.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to jump off just because my dog is pestering me.
That makes sense.
So, I will catch you folks later.
Yes, take
Good night,
care,
Badger
buddy.
Man.
Good night.
Hello, Badgers.
Night.
And Lyko.
And me. Yeah, that was fun. I mean, fun, but also, fun.
Yeah.
I obviously went to slightly darker place with that there. I thought it was time. It felt narratively appropriate, and also it felt like a good way to show a degree of trust in Zig, because we ask a lot of him because of his abilities, right? But it's also like it's dangerous. We've established that he's been sort of intercepted before when he was going to the vault. If he's going to go and get Thanaida again, who's to say that something like that can't happen again?
Yeah, like in a weird way, Lyko did kind of give Zig a weapon, right?
That is exactly what he was doing. Yeah, that was how he saw it. It's like, look, if you have to defend yourself, this is maybe not an optimal way, but it's something that you can use, and that makes, I think that makes Lyko a little bit more comfortable with asking him to do some of these things, knowing that he's given him something with which.
Yeah, it's purposeful. It's not just bonding or sharing or camaraderie. This is maybe something that will keep the kids safe. Like, I like that vibe.
Yeah. He's quite a pragmatic character. Even cynical, and so it felt to me very fitting for this to be the sort of thing that would occur to him. It really is kind of a horrible thought.
Yeah, literally. Horrible thought is
Yeah.
what the plan was, yeah.
So yeah, and obviously it sucks for the kid having to go through it, but if it helps protect him, if he's able to hold off, stun or even maybe harm, like at least mentally, the Librian with that. For one thing, that might be the first chink in his armor. That might be the first time he's felt vulnerable in a long time, and that could be a powerful thing in and of itself. So the hope is that it will be a way to avoid further confrontation, but maybe not just by making him, giving Zig a second to escape. Maybe it'll even be a now hold on. Maybe you should actually take this person seriously. Maybe this is someone that you can't just write off.
Yeah, look at what they're capable of, yeah.
Exactly. And so it made a lot of sense to me as a thing that Lyko could do to show that he sort of trusts and appreciates Zig, but also to arm him, to do it into something very pragmatic with it. So I like that. And also, yeah, it felt like a good time, just narratively, for the big. It is his thing, right? That's what Callum was saying, right? It is his thing. It's his shtick. It's what makes Lyko as we know him now.
Literally
maybe,
character-defining moments, right? Literally.
Yep.
So yeah.
In the way that we've had the graduation day. This was sort of. This is Lyko's graduation day.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
And so it was kind of time that was allowed to be seen. And obviously, well, there's one person who could quite literally experience that with him. So it made a huge deal of sense to me, and it felt logical.
It was good.
Time. But
as I said, it was good to actually, as I said, in that moment, that would be this perfect point in the TV series to be like, well, we've heard a lot about Lyko's past. We've never necessarily seen it.
Yeah,
this is the moment to see it.
And I think it's a little bit better than the bits we got Spike's past.
What would be everything
would
would be in black and white for the film noir vibes. The only things in color would be the energy blasts that hit you. That type of vibe, very very cinematic.
Yeah, and that's something actually like I have thought a bit about how we could integrate some stuff from Lyko's past if and when it does come up. But like for me, it was actually the thing itself that mattered here. Because it's like that idea of what could we use against him, and it's something I'd been thinking of lately, and it occurred to me that Zig is probably the person not only who can do this, but possibly the person who's most likely to have to do something to defend himself against him. And
Makes
so
sense.
it all just sort of came together and made a lot of sense, and yeah, like what better way to get at something that is obviously quite. He's clearly sort of, I think, disgusted or afraid of undeath. And understandably so, right? It's wrecked his world.
Oh, yeah.
It's a horror show. He's come back and he's found his world full of monsters. To have to actually experience what that might feel like, I don't think it's necessarily going to make him take a more reasonable path, but it might give him a little bit of empathy. It might make him decide, I really need to get rid of these poor creatures for their own good.
Yeah, but
I think he's kind of already thought that.
You're attempting to give him a weirdly human perspective on the matter, which might be something that he is clearly lacking, right? It's interesting.
So the other thing I wanted to say about it was obviously Alice, who in a weird way sort of paralleled with coming back to a new life today, and that was so incredibly uncomfortable. It was like levels of cringe that were near fatal, which is probably fair given
Yeah.
the circumstances. So that was fun, and obviously the captain I did not quite know how to deal with it and had weird for backup. So yeah, nail luck there, Nico.
Yeah. Fair.
Yeah. That was good shit though. It was as painfully cringy as it should have been.
Agreed.
It's good to have her back. Let's hope we can fix her.
Mhm. Yeah. Let's get our Alice back, hopefully. Yeah.
Yeah, that was good, uncomfortable shit all round, guys.
It's brilliant. I still think that I would rather be in the trauma camp than
Yeah.
the
100%.
social awkward camp. That was
My favourite part of all this is in her quarters, the Madvin's just there snoozing. Just throughout all of this. Just be like, do, just having a wee vest nap. Cause
Yeah, we should look her into some stuff just for the sake of,
actually having a fairly, intelligent, fucking Xenodruid on board, yeah.
Yeah.
It's good. Oh dear. And Ivan,
Promise.
who's somewhere on the ship.
I'll try and make more use of her in future.
I understand your skepticism, though. Don't get me wrong.
I think it makes sense that Lyco would be skeptical as well, but sometimes Colin's skepticism comes through in Lyco, I think.
Right. Okay, that's fair.
And that's not the way we should run it. So, but it's hard to avoid.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Really hard to.
We are our characters in some way, so it is tricksy. Anything else, buddy?
I think I've sort of said my bit, so I will conclude.
Thank you. Thank you all for playing, as always. That was a fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was fun. It is like the melancholy of the game is growing, because it is concluding slowly. Sadly, the universe is shrinking bit by bit, session by session. But yeah, I'm eager to see what the end looks like for all of us now. It'd be exciting to finally give this game a farewell. Thank you to Siren, as always, and everybody else who watched.
Yep.
Thank you very much. We were sitting about 8 viewers consistently there, so that was quite nice. Hello, people.
That's good. Whoever you were, silent in the
yes.
chat, we appreciate you.
Yes, much thank yous. Thank you to all of that. Say good night, everybody, and goodbye.
Good night,
Bye.
everybody.
Nico, you're muted.
Oh god damn it, goodbye everybody.
Nico, they're muted. So